Hello everyone, apologies that I'm running late and I haven't set up anything at all. It's the same fucking meme from yesterday and I haven't even done the fucking camera or anything. Um, but you know, it's a thing. There's no real excuse for it. I'm just a feckless twat. So this is something you're going to have to come to terms with, otherwise you won't like it here. If efficiency and timekeeping and just general professionalism are something you look for in your streamers, you don't have to unfollow or unsubscribe or anything, but like you probably won't enjoy it here, I think. So, you know, there's that. Yeah. I have to say you're looking sharp tonight as well as always. Thank you, Specs Bean Farmer. I appreciate that. I see you. I feel you. I love you. Maybe I should. Hello there, Moranaka. How are you? Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. By the way, everyone going full of Boy Meets Mini. Fucking ledge. 25 months, yeah, over 2 years, mate. Mental. Honestly, seek help. That is an amazing image. Fucking hell. That is actually cool as fuck. I'll have to give that to Helena. That's dope. Fuck's this. No! What? Why is my mouse shit? Look, I want to press it. I want to press the thing once, you cunt. There we go. Fuck me dead. That's amazing. Thank you, 255. That's really fucking cool. I don't know what the original image was of, but it's fucking dope. I was halfway through a thing, wasn't I? Fucking what's happening here? Yes, thank you, Moranaka, with 23 months. Yeah. So, yeah, nearly for 2 years, yeah. Yes, if you want to... We're on a hype train, by the way. If we get to level 2 of the hype train, I will finger... I don't know. I don't even know. David Lammy's sense of self-respect. Because that died. I mean, it probably died a long time ago, but it definitely died in the House of Commons today. With his rowing back on the idea that Israel was committing war crimes. Or human rights abuses, I think was the exact phrase. Whatevs. So yeah, if you want to help with that, bits and subs and stuff. Hello! It's become a meme on my channel. We watch the fan reacts. So, you know, there are like people who literally like do reaction content, but to football that you can't see. And they go fucking mental. Like they go absolutely, they lose their heads at the slightest thing. Yeah, we enjoy watching Man United fans lose their shit about losing to Crystal Palace or Brighton. It's very funny. Yes.
For being a Chennai Super King supporter. And then I was just like, but it's fine for football because the only people who are usually irritating in football fan circles are United fans, and they're not being irritating because their team is doing terribly.
True. Well, I was just so used to them winning everything. I want them to lose now. That's my sort of
Just get
machination.
relegated further down.
Yeah, that's fine. But look, stay humble. Don't be dickheads about it. Stay humble, and it wouldn't have been a problem. But you decided to call yourselves, you know, the greatest club ever. Get wrecked.
And
You know?
turns out Saudi billionaire beats American billionaire.
True.
Or is it
Very...
Emirati? Is Emirati billionaire that owns City?
No, Emirati billionaire owns City. A Saudi billionaire owns Newcastle United, who just won the League Cup. And an American billionaire / British billionaire, because now Jim Ratcliffe of the Ineos Group owns Man United and has decided, very similarly to the British government, that the way to solve the financial outgoings problem isn't to maybe get rid of, I don't know, 35-year-olds who are on £400,000 a week. No, it's to get rid of the tea ladies. And so has fired like hundreds of administration and general kind of low-level minimum wage staff. Brilliant. Well done.
Good.
Fucking idiot.
Good. Also, like, I'm sorry, you can't make me hate Liverpool fans, Seth. You can't make me hate them. You can't make me hate them. You know, they hate Rupert Murdoch as much as I do
That
for
is
totally
dope.
different reasons. I can't. And also, there's that guy who does the TikTok clip of him saying Sadio Mane is the best player in the world. How can you listen to that man and hate Liverpool fans? I don't know how you can do it.
Yeah, no, they're fine. Like a lot of fans, look, I'm a football fan, but there are a lot of, let's call them, reactionary wankers who exist in the world, and football makes them think that they can be loud about it. So there are Liverpool fans who are gobshites, but like, you know, they're all right. As fans go, they're some of the better ones, certainly.
Exactly. I mean, anyone who bases their political opinions entirely based off of one event 40 years ago, you know, legends, love them
Well,
all.
I mean, as always, you've simplified a thing there that is
I have
clearly
done, yes, of
far less
course.
simple
True.
than that. The spark for it was that event, but obviously the demonisation of them and their city by that particular kind of media, it just scared the shit out of me again. You can't. Sorry. That's you can't. It sounds mad. It sounds like I've got Tourette's or something at your end because you can't hear the thing that scares the shit out of me. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, the demonisation of Liverpool as a culture from the right wing. I mean, including, of course, our former dear leader himself, Boris Johnson, who was the editor of the Spectator. Allowed an unbelievably bigoted fucking article to be written in his particular newspaper about Liverpool, and then was forced by, who was the leader then? It might have been like Ian Duncan Smith or fucking Michael Howard or something. Forced him to go to Liverpool and do a grovelling apology, and they just booed at him and spat at him all day. It was brilliant.
Incredible. And that's the thing, right? Is that I feel like the responses from Liverpool fans are always excellent, and they're very, very rude to people like that and the monarchy. And yet, when it comes to actually celebrating like football, and they're so much better behaved than all the other football fans.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, when Boris Johnson went there as Prime Minister to campaign, they threw apples at him. How can you not
Still
laugh?
my beating heart.
How can you not stand? It's beautiful.
Also, where did this picture come from, Kev? And what was the context?
255, who's a mentalist, who I presume pops into your chat from time to time as
Yes,
well,
yes, yeah.
did it and sent it to him, and I thought that's just a cool image. Like, the edits I get are of me as like a fucking hairy little dwarf or something. Like, I get photoshopped into every awful image imaginable. The amount I've literally have lost count of the number of times I've been photoshopped as Hitler. That's the photoshops I get. Whereas you get this like majestic goddess fucking powerful creature. I don't know what the fuck this is, but it's amazing. So I thought I'd show you.
You've been in Photoshop as Luigi Mangione, to be fair. So you know we've both had our
I did
ups
that
and
myself.
downs.
To be fair,
Touche.
that was just masturbation material. That's all that was. Yeah. So that happened. Anyway, yes. So did we actually want to do content at any point, or because I'm just enjoying the chit chat? I think, to be honest.
I mean, you got to tell me who you support for the Indian Premier League. That's a good question. That's an important question.
Well, I just for no particular reason other than when they started, they had Sachin Tendulkar. My team is the Mumbai Indians, but that's
Not
literally
unreasonable.
That's literally the only rationale behind that.
Yeah, I mean, when I first started watching the IPL, they had Lasith Malinga as well, which is another reason why I enjoyed watching.
They did have a very
Indians.
good team, yes. And
They did.
I remember watching the first time they won it. I think when it was an incredibly low scoring game, if I recall correctly. It was like 80 apiece or something absurd.
That was one in South Africa, right? Was it the one in
UAE?
the United Arab Emirates?
Yeah, UAE, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, these really these ragging, dry pitches in the UAE, right? Those same
'Cause
pitches where
wasn't it-
Pakistan destroyed us in that Test series in like 2011.
Yeah, turning fucking square, absolutely mental. And wasn't it because the Indians were having a general election at the time? And they were like, we just can't police this. A general election and cricket, it's going to go mental. So you're going to have to leave. And so, Dubai hosted the fucking Indian Premier League, naturally. But there you go. Oh, what's this? What is this a riff on? Sorry, they're sending me fucking things now. Yeah, see, this is what I mean, right? This is the kind of fucking memes they make of me. Hang on a minute. I mean, it's quite well done, I have to say, but it's it's deeply offensive to fucking hobbits or whatever. Yeah, look at that.
Well, just a Lord of the Rings themed
Yeah, and I wouldn't
memes
mind,
in your
but none of
channel.
those are actually pictures of me. They're all photo mashup things of me with other people that you've then put onto dwarfs.
Yeah, they've got the like your chat treats you so badly. They're treating you like JD Vance.
Literally, JD Vance is a newcomer to the concept of being face mashed as an ugly fat bastard. Which, like, I
Oh
already have a
dear.
problem. I don't know if you saw. Well, you probably didn't. I don't know. But whilst we're on the me being an ugly bastard, it's not even just the chat. It turns out archaeologists also think I'm an ugly bastard. Where is it? Here we go. Let's have a bit of this. Right. So archaeologists did a composite image of what they think the last Neanderthal would have looked like. Right? That's literally what that is. And it's just me. It's me. It's just me. There's no sugarcoating that. That's just. There you go.
No. I mean, it actually
There's no need
JD
to.
Vance said it.
There's
It's a
no.
JD Vance said it. It's not actually you though, is it?
There's no. Well, look. There's no point trying to be nice now. The laughter said it all. The laughter
Oh.
betrayed your agreement with the image. Anyway, so that's I'll be honest with you. I've felt hotter. There have been times in my life where I felt less ugly than right now. We'll put it that way. Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway.
dear. Oh dear.
Anyway, talking of little dwarf creatures, former First Minister Nicola Sturgeon.
I actually brought I bought a can of iron brew to drink on stream. Celebrate.
Oh, well, she is a little lass. Yes, so she's been. Well, I was about to say she's been found not guilty. That's not really true. They're not under investigation anymore for the.
Well, they dropped the charges. Have all
Yeah.
been dropped, right? It's not gotten far enough for anyone to talk about guilty or not guilty because there's no charges anymore. She's not even being judged on any charges because there aren't any.
Yes. So, I mean, I don't even know the ups and downs of it, if I'm entirely honest. I haven't really been following it that closely. But it's annoyed the right people. That all of the wankers are up in arms about this, about how this is collusion and the two-tier policing. So I'm fine with it. I'm happy to just go with the spiteful vibes of the situation, to be honest.
Yeah,
That's as
not
far as
really
my
to be.
analysis can go. And that's all it needs to
Look,
be.
the thing is with the Nicola Sturgeon stuff is that it's just it's just maybe I'm just being a fucking tinfoil hat person here, right? But what there were charges against Nicola Sturgeon, just like in a position where there could be an SNP crisis for a year before there was an election when they were wanting to all get behind Keir Starmer with the big majorities, they could push him what they wanted to do. And then miraculously, as soon as Keir Starmer becomes a persona non grata, immediately the charges are dropped and everyone's forgotten about what's happening with the Scottish National Party. Doesn't that seem a bit strange that these things happened very coincidentally all at the same time?
Well, yes, without wishing to put my tinfoil hat on, it is very convenient, certainly. Yeah. It doesn't make me think more kindly of the situation. Yeah. But like
Just endless media footage of like the weird fucking dead body tent outside her house that didn't need to be there.
obviously didn't need to be there. Like what yeah, you put those tents up to preserve the integrity of the organic matter that might be on the No, they were looking for paperwork. That didn't need to be there. Why are you putting on a fucking stage show of a pretend murder? Why do you have to film her being escorted into a police car twice?
Exactly. And like,
Come on.
on top of that, she just like said she wasn't going to run again for MSP, and then immediately charges all gone. And also, it looks like the SNP are going to tear through the Holyrood election as well. You know,
Well,
they're
yeah,
not
'cause-
quite at the 40-odd% they were before, but at 34%, they're still double the vote share of the next person down.
Yeah.
And even though it's MMP, like that means they'll still probably get a majority.
Yeah, I almost certainly, I would imagine, yeah. Because the other party, I mean, the Labour Party, who did reasonably well, certainly the general election, right? They cleaned up. Are hated now, understandably. Because again, and this is what brings Scottish independence almost inevitably closer, is the fact that once again, the Scottish people voted for a much more left-wing option, read my lips, no austerity with Labour, and got the exact opposite. So once again, the people of Scotland have been absolutely royally fucked by Westminster. Why would anyone support it?
Well, exactly. Their last line of defence is access to people who have the interests of Scotland protected politically, and the only party that you can vote for, at least at a Westminster level and in your constituency vote for Holyrood, is the Scottish National Party. There is quite literally no alternative for them at this point.
Well, I mean, the Greens do exist.
Well, that's why I said in Westminster and in the
Well, yeah,
constituency vote in
yeah,
Holyrood, right? In their list vote in Holyrood, there's plenty they could vote for. They absolutely could just vote. And I would highly recommend people to vote for the Green Party in their Holyrood list vote. Absolutely 100%. But in their constituency votes, in which I've done first past post, which is the constituency Holyrood vote, and in Westminster, you just have to vote SNP. Like
yeah,
there's no one. There's just literally nobody else.
yeah.
And if the current numbers hold up, they'll win like fucking 48 seats at the next election, off of 10 points less than they had when they cleaned up in 2015 or whatever it was.
Yeah. So I mean, that's positive signs, I guess. And I presume even if they don't, they're not able to scrape a majority, they would only need some kind of supply and confidence deal with the Greens to be able to piss a majority. So,
Well, exactly. Some Butte House style agreement would probably resurface. Yeah.
Yeah. Whether they'd necessarily want to go into a formal coalition like before, which didn't really work out super
I mean,
well.
it didn't work out because of Hamza Yusuf. Like he was the weak link there, which is a shame because
True, but once bitten, twice
he grew on
shy,
me
you
over.
know.
He grew on me over time. But we'll see what happens there. But either way, fucking Scottish Labour are absolutely in the fucking mud, and quite frankly, they fucking deserve it.
Yeah,
What a
absolutely.
useless fucking party.
Yeah, no, they do absolutely deserve it. A series of the meltiest motherfuckers as leaders in Scotland towing the Westminster line. Now, to a degree, they have to maintain connections and diplomacy with Westminster. That makes sense. But you don't have to be, like, literally riding Keir Starmer's dick all the way to Fashtown. And
Just
yet
like
they
totally
are.
cucked.
Yeah.
Just in craven, morally fucking vacuous careerists in Scottish Labour, entirely towing the party line, and you turning on literally everything that they supported pre-election. Economic and social policy all just fucking completely abandoned because Keith said so.
Literally, and that is it. It's just that because the Westminster Politburo made the decision. And so everyone, democratic centralism, everyone. You just have to agree with the dear leader. That's the way it fucking works.
Again, you just get more of our own parties behaving like the Soviet Communist Party.
Well, the Stalinism accusation thrown at Jeremy Corbyn, again, every accusation is just a confession, isn't it? They were the one that wanted to do the purges. They're the ones that want to do the absolutist rule of the Politburo. I'm surprised. I mean,
Literally.
the gulags are going to happen, I'm sure.
Yeah, literally. This is exactly the whole point. Whereas the person who genuinely believed in mass movement democracy was Corbyn, and it's just the fucking see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil from our craven and bought out journalist class to refuse to scrutinize this is pathetic and shows you how fearful our fourth estate really are.
Oh, yeah, no, they're a fucking disgrace. I mean, we've been through it, obviously, a million times. Yeah, I saw one from, I think it was Beth Rigby or something today. And it was almost the why is your campaign such a runaway freight train of momentum and success, but not quite as bad as that. But it was definitely that vibe from it, and she was lamenting that he might have allowed some of that momentum to maybe seep away with this week's announcements. And you're like, motherfucker, he had a tiny bump and has now returned to the station of being about as popular as cancer. That's it. He's back to where he was. But there we go.
Literally.
Yeah. Although, oh god, having talked about the cuts, and I use the word cuts there, not the other. I didn't add any letters into it. Did you see today? And it's quite nice in its own way, right? Angela Rayner doing this is not the problem, but the optics of it are abysmal. You've just announced you're going to essentially murder disabled people. And so she goes out and does I'm proud to support Sign Language Week.
she's so kind of adorably pathetic. In
Yeah.
the genuinely, I had so many high hopes for her, and I really wanted her to do well. And it's clear that I don't think her heart is necessarily in the wrong place. I just think that is she's unable to believe that she can fight back and stuff. That's what I'm telling myself, rather than just calling her a traitor, that she clearly obviously is, because I'm delusional, quite frankly. But I think it's because you just want to know this nice thing I'm doing for sign language people, and you are the deputy leader for the party that is wanting to put these people into poverty. Like, sorry, you don't get to pretend, you don't get to virtue signal anymore.
Yeah. Like I say, on its own, out of any context, it's nice. The Deputy Prime Minister is supporting Sign Language Week by, doing a sign language message of support to, deaf and hard of hearing people. Cool. When you put it in its context, though, it's like, are they going to be are fucking Atos going to send people through you sign languaging, go fuck yourself, you are now absolutely poor? We are taking all of your money away. Enjoy starvation, you fucking bitch. Like,
yeah, I wonder what British Sign Language is for. I'm sorry, you do not reach a category 4 in the PIP claim.
Yeah.
Judgments.
Well,
therefore we're taking your money away.
And I was on with Curtis yesterday because I'm awesome and so is he. But yeah, and it was we went through the 4 stages of them, and stage 2 is they need significant assistance cleaning below the waist. So that's level 2. So there is a further stage that even if beyond that you get to, you wouldn't count for it. So stage 2 is the inability to consistently wash your own genitals. And that's not enough. Apparently that isn't enough for them to give you anything, any support. And that's even if you're above the age of 22, because if you're below the age of that, it doesn't matter at all. You could be in a fucking coma, they don't care. It's just fucking evil, man. So you know what? Stick your fucking British Sign Language virtue signalling up your ass. You're gonna vote for this?
Yeah.
You can go fuck yourself.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, to be fair, she's the only one in the cabinet who has the ability to vote against, because they can't fucking get rid of her. But she will vote for it, and she will damn herself for all eternity.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, again, I stress the point. You're much nicer than I am. You want to believe the best about this person. You want to believe that there's something redeemable, and there just fucking isn't.
There just isn't. Exactly. And the thing as well is that I'm sure that she thinks that she's playing the long game, and eventually her time will come. And when the time comes for her time to come, she will have literally no supporters, because people will only remember her as the co-signer of disabled democide. Like,
yeah. What's this? Oh, from October. Oh, for God Almighty! It gets even better. The virtue signal is even worse in the context of this that someone just sent me. Campaigners devastated as sign language GCSE is scrapped.
Brilliant. It's just like Rachel Reeves saying we're going to unleash economic growth by giving people more opportunity, and then cutting the funding for maths or additional maths tutoring for people who need it, for people in sixth form. And I'm just like, okay, great. So actually, when you say opportunity, you mean opportunity for people who can afford to pay for it.
Yeah. So, that was from October. The government scrapped British Sign Language as a GCSE. I mean, literally go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself and continue to fuck yourself.
That's where we're at. This is where we're at. Speaking of people going and fucking themselves, right? We watched on stream the other day. Did you watch the Torsten Bell interview?
Oh yeah, we did that with Curtis yesterday. Yeah, unbelievable.
Fucking real. Unreal.
Unreal. I mean, I'm not just is it like just scummy as fuck. I have a mortgage to pay, but like it turns out he doesn't really, because we're paying it because he's a fucking MP. So like he's not even doing that. But it's like it's so obvious that he meant I'm one of the good ones, not like the riffraff. Like that's literally it. That's essentially the kind of underlying statement of that. His natural reaction of almost being offended. Like, could you live on certain? I've got a mortgage. I'm one of the good people.
And like so much of what the things that he said was just misdirection and pivoting, right? Either not answering the question or using fucking hack statistics to justify what they were doing. And he knows that it's all untrue. Like, this man studied data for a living at the Resolution Foundation. Like, he knows when he's using fucking hack data, and it was worth pulling apart.
Yeah.
Because he's just a disgusting fucking freak.
He really
A
is.
disgusting fraud.
And of course, the
And
big lie of like trying to say, "Oh, you're defending a Tory." No. You're implementing a Tory welfare benefit system. Go fuck yourself. But have you ever seen a more perfect distillation of Keir Starmer's leadership than this particular tweet? Bemusement among some Labour MPs as to why Torsten Bell was sent out to defend benefit cuts last night, rather than the very affable and popular Disabilities Minister Stephen Timms, number 10 being blamed.
Stephen Timms also looked terrible when he was asked, "Are disabled people going to be fucking sent to the wood chipper?" And he was like, "Unfortunately, we do need to put these people in the wood chipper." Like, he was also terrible at defending this.
But it's not even that. I'm not even contending the point that he's more or less affable. It's not that the policy is abysmal and anti-human and just disgusting. We didn't send out the nice person to explain nicely why we need to put them in the wood chipper.
Liberals will never fucking beat the Labrador accusations, right?
They really won't.
Tone, zero content.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, Seuss Kempner in chat. Everyone go and follow Seuss Kempner fucking immediately. This is a command, chat, to go and follow Seuss Kempner on Twitch and on the YouTubes for some excellent content.
I don't want to say I've got friends in high places, but Suze did follow me on Blue Sky yesterday, so.
As you do. Sue says, "I see Tanya's noticed that Labour is bad, but we noticed it too quickly. She was right to call us cunts and misogynists." I mean, I'm not going to say she hasn't received like abuse, because she has received abuse, and again, I'm not going to co-sign that shit. But nothing in my video was abusive. Plenty of people have made genuine and good faith criticisms of things that she's done both pre and post election, right? Plenty of people were explaining to her the reality of the situation, and she admonished us as Tory enablers and student politicians who don't understand the voting system, and she is the one now getting mad about the fact that Keir Starmer has a majority that is completely unassailable, that he will have for 5 years without fail, because there's no reason for him to call an election, and there's no way of having any internal opposition to him, both because the MPs are all in his pocket and there's too many of them that there wouldn't be enough rebels to stop legislation anyway, and internally within the party because the membership have been totally stripped of all power. He is basically a dictator. Morgan McSweeney, his thumb can point whichever way he wants and policy can get passed immediately because there is an army of apparatchiks in the Commons. And she fucking co-signed this by wanting to maximise the majority that they would have through the tactical voting campaign. She doesn't understand the voting system that she fucking advocated for, and is getting mad at what happened as a result of the thing that she literally advocated for and told us we were stupid for saying was bad. Like, I'm at the end of it, like, whether or not you think that it's bad for us to piggyback off of her content to single her out as being one of the people who is to blame for the situation that we're in. When she's not the biggest person, she isn't the most powerful person, but she is somebody who's very opinionated and who was very rude to us for trying to tell her the stuff that is now obviously correct, before the election and things like that. And she's a perfect case study as to why these electoral strategies are bad. And we did a really good job of explaining why they were bad. People have to see this, and if it has to be making an example of her, then I'm sorry, you have to break eggs to make an omelette, right?
Well, this is the thing. You say that there was nothing mean in your video about this to her, which means I haven't watched your edit of it, but I presume you edited out everything I said then. Because I was quite fucking mean to her, and I think deservedly so.
I mean, I tried to make sure we had all of the constructive arguments in amongst some kind of justified smugness. So there was I didn't edit all of your
You did. Oh, you fucking must have edited quite a bit then. I'm imagining. That's fine. That's absolutely fine.
I got it from an hour down to 16 minutes, right?
So literally, why even put me in the fucking description? Then I wasn't in the video. That's fine. Yeah.
You were in the video. You were in the video. You did say things in the video, but like there was a bit where there was an extended thing that Phil said, and there was an extended rant that I did about the state pension that needed to get cut. So,
well, I kept all of that shit in. I don't give a fuck, man. My one, I put the full hour up. The only thing I edited out was when I went. Was it I need to go for a piss or something? And just left. Yeah, that's about it, really. Yeah. Because that thing you did about the pensions was fucking awesome.
It is. I'm going to clip that out of its own self and put that as a separate segment.
Yeah, that was really good.
It's all true.
I missed it live because like I said, I went for a piss. But yeah. Anyway, yes, everyone go and follow Suze, and everyone go and follow No Justice, and Phil. Phil doesn't really do anything online, but just follow him around in the streets and like compliment him about the way he looks or something. I don't know.
And if you want to find Kevin's channel, it's KFLogan1875 over on Twitch and at Ploppy111 over on the YouTubes.
Yes, I'm a massive misogynist. Please follow me.
Which is funny because you obviously are the opposite of that.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
I mean, you've spent the last 10 years in the trenches of fucking alt-right alpha male YouTube.
I did take down single-handedly.
Fighting them, I might add, obviously.
Single-handedly took down Milo Yiannopoulos. This is true. Facts. Anyway, yes, the quiet. It's nice, isn't it? All the quiet.
It's nice the shredding.
It is. It is very much so. He's upped his game.
English, shall we? Yeah. Oh my god, this is so fucking funny. Yeah.
He's upped his game. Just when you thought that the best you were ever going to see was "It's nice, isn't it?" The quiet. He's come up with. He's literally, essentially, to quote the great Elon Musk, "I am become meme." He is literally. He's living the meme now. Everybody. Someone, a random person, says, "It's a timely reminder that you are a gullible idiot," and then the Fell for It Again award. And he said, "Well, at least I'm a grown-up." Adults in the room, everybody! Adults in the fucking room!
This is like James O'Brien calling himself the Sensibles.
Yeah.
You know, like, you can't parody them any harder than they're parodying themselves. It's incredible. I guess this is probably the next stop on our We Told You So tour 2025, where we're going to have find every single one of these people who was so dismissive of us, proving them correct throughout the entirety of the time when Labour were trying to get elected, and they were constantly telling us that there'll be more left-wing in power and that the grown-ups will be back in the room, and just now they're all eating humble pie, and it's so glorious.
Well, it is and it isn't, in a sense. It's obviously, in terms of schadenfreude, it's the most delicious thing ever. It's positively Moorish. But it's also horrible that, like, being left-wing, certainly in Britain, and I think this is probably true to an extent in America, basically means being right ahead of the curve, which means that you were right when you could have done something about it to stop it. But the Maltas who actually run things only ever admit that you were right after the time where it's already happened and you can do fuck all to have stopped it. And then they just don't believe you about the thing in the future. And so you're constantly having to try and drag things along. And the Maltas are just going, you're being over the top. You're overreacting. Why can't you be a sensible? Why aren't you a grown-up? Student politics. It's just so infuriating.
Oh my god, this is the kind of just the tip of the Otto English crash out iceberg he's been having all day.
Yeah, he really has. He really
fighting with the shitpost left who've been absolutely excoriating him in the comments, and quite rightly so. Quite rightly so. It's been a time for Otto English. It really has. He tweeted out a very specific one where he said that Keir Starmer is trying to shred every kind of semblance of support by doing these disability cuts, you know, and this is where the "it's nice, isn't it?" the shredding came from.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, you know, it's just, at the end, they said they would do this, right? They said multiple times they were going to do this. We told you they said they were going to do this, and you just ignored both us and the politicians who you claimed to support, right? He literally said about Keir Starmer that he was just like a statesman and that he was the Labour Party's last chance. And here you are looking at him trying to put disabled people into camps.
Amazing. So, getting a lot of sneering shares on this, but it's a timely reminder of where Labour were at 2022. Yeah, in 2020, we weren't, the Labour Party weren't in government, but they also weren't, like, eviscerating the disabled. I'd argue that's, certainly morally a far better position to have been in.
Well, at the time, the Boris Johnson government were removing the freeze on welfare, because that was a manifesto pledge that they basically were forced to make because there was actually an opposition to welfare cuts and to austerity in the form of Jeremy Corbyn. And now there is no opposition to welfare cuts. There's no opposition to austerity because Jeremy Corbyn is now sitting as an independent and has no political power. And everybody who could have been in opposition to everything that's happening now just accepted Mr. Austerity as being the oracle on which their political future would be based.
Yeah. And he says here, I'm many things, but I'm not a seer. I cannot predict the world 5 years ahead.
But that would fundamentally be an incredibly reasonable thing for him to say. No one's a seer, no one is Nostradamus, nobody has a crystal ball when they can accurately predict the future. But that only applies when something happens completely out of the blue.
Yeah.
That only applies when something is totally unpredictable. And if you go to my reply, this is why his statement is stupid.
Yes, you're right. I'm gonna read this. You could read this because it's your thing, but I'm gonna read it for you because I'm a man and I need to be heard. The fact you claim not to be, whilst such accounts as Mal Karks, Ken Stunger, and Honourable Pol Prof of Agile Ceremonies, amazing selection of names there, have been inch perfect in predicting this may be a sign that you're really shit at your job.
It's true. Because it's not something that you need to be a seer to predict. You just need to have a basic sense of comprehension of political economy, and you had to listen to the things that Keir Starmer was saying and watching the things that he was doing and paying attention to literally anything that was happening in the background within the Labour Party to know that this was fucking obvious. Yeah. If a horde, if a gigantic cohort of Twitter leftists with Simpsons profile pictures all knew exactly what was going to happen, didn't just predict it 6 months ago, they predicted it 3 years ago, that it was so easy to predict that no marks who are not professional journalists, which is what Otto English fucking is, if we could all predict it, if we knew what was going to happen, and we aren't seers, all we did was put 2 and 2 together and paid fucking attention. And the fact that you couldn't pay attention because you were too busy calling Boris Johnson a cockwomble, that's because you're a fucking idiot. It's because you're really fucking stupid.
I think we need to reclaim the word cockwomble from these people because it's actually quite funny. It's just that they overuse it, and it's inappropriate. We need to reclaim that for good shitposting purposes.
Literally, and what was so galling to us about the "it's nice, isn't it?" the quiet tweet is that his entire political prospectus in terms of how he was engaging with politics was Starmer is the good guys and Sunak is the bad guys. Once you get the bad guys gone, it's fine and everything will go away. Because that's the level to which that he engaged with Starmer's political project. Just put into government and everything will be quiet again. And now we're staring down the barrel of disabled people being thrown into poverty and potentially lots of them dying. And shouldn't be funny. I shouldn't be having to laugh at Otto English being a twat, which is of course incredibly funny because there are material consequences to this shit. Yeah. And there is no reason for them to renege on any of these policies because they don't have any progressive challenger, because these people endorsed a voting campaign that made all progressive challengers irrelevant because they weren't in the right place to win that seat specifically, and they won't be in the right place to challenge because everybody got behind a Labour Party that is now doing the opposite of anything progressive. There is no challenge at all, and it's directly the response of these people making sure that Labour only had right to go because their only votes that they need to appeal to were from the right. That's it. It shouldn't be funny because that is the actual result of this.
Yeah, their entire bit was get rid of the left, and then for what purpose? So that you can impoverish disabled people? Do you feel good about yourselves? Really? But I'd missed this one. This is a belter. On July the 11th, so just after the election, it's like waking up to the smell of warm bread and then remembering it's a bank holiday every morning. Did you honestly think he was going to bring about a utopia or something? What the fuck are you talking about? And also, I mean, brilliant, yeah, quoting the Financial Times. Well done, mate.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is that their idea of the world going quiet and everything being fine and everything being like a bank holiday with freshly baked bread, their idea of what that is represented politically is politicians being able to brief nice things in the Financial Times and not anything to do with their own material conditions, because they didn't have to care about their material conditions because their only concern is entirely optics. Their only concern is entirely surface level because none of them have any actual real problems in life. All it is do our politicians make me proud of Britain or not? Do I get upset about what politicians say or do? Rather than I am directly affected by the material consequences of government policy, because they're all swanning off on fucking book deals, you know?
Yeah.
because they're not engaged with the reality of progressive politics, because they thought that all it took to be right on was to oppose Brexit and to call Boris Johnson a compound swear word. That was all it was get Keir Starmer elected and go back to fucking brunch. That's what it was. That's what it is. They're brunch heads.
Well, yeah, basically, yeah, yeah. I'm trying to find some of his better flamey moments. Fascinating, isn't it, that so many people did manage to see 5 years ahead and tell you exactly how this was going to play out. Any plans to admit that people you've been calling stupid, immature babies for 5 years were right, and you, Otto English, were wrong? No, they didn't! Corbyn was never going to be PM, and a Labour... So you voted for someone you knew couldn't be PM. Well done. And a Labour government under Starmer, for all its flaws, is better than a Tory one under Badenoch or Sunak.
And that's it. The critical engagement with the reality of policy is nowhere to be there. He's already admitted that the things are bad in terms of policy, and his only response was to mention Corbyn for no fucking reason. Again, rent-free in his head, as per usual with all of these motherfuckers. And then the response is just, well, Starmer's better, red team good, blue team bad. That's it. That's it. Again, no discussion of the reality of the political project that he backed.
Also, outside of one or two reasonably fringe areas, not necessarily unimportant, but not necessarily central either areas, is his government significantly better than... Certainly Sunak. Badenoch is fucking mental, to be fair. But let's say Sunak. Is it actually much worse? Or actually much better, I should say, than Sunak's government was?
I mean, again, you've got the three big things that I think are worth talking about that's good the Labour government has done is the Employment Rights Bill, it's the planning...
Which, by the way, when you say the Employment Rights Bill, we still won't see what the amendments they'll allow for that and how much they're going to try and water it down.
We'll find out. I mean, the trade unions have been pushing really hard to get a lot of some things beefed up, which they've managed to get into the legislation, but we'll see what happens at committee stage and second reading and shit like that. So that could get watered down too, but that remains to be seen. But at the very least, the paper that it's based on is fine. It's something that I'm supportive of. They've got the planning reforms to try and build more houses, and they've got the rental reform, which are also getting pushed back too. Again, all three of these things from fucking Angela Rayner's office. But what else that pales in comparison to all the stuff they're doing that's worse than the Tories,
Yeah, exactly, yeah. What's this? This is aging like fine shit. Under Corbyn, blah, blah, blah. Oh, no! Actually, it has. I don't even know what he means there, okay. Penelope Keith, what?
See, and again, you see what I mean? We're going through his feed, and like 90% of the shit he's tweeting about is American politics, because all he knows how to do is just virtue signal about the good team rather than talk about policy.
Yeah, I mean, literally is. Yeah, like I don't know anyone that gives a fuck about the JFK files, because literally it was just the same files that already existed, just like with the fucking Epstein files. Nothing new was redacted or unredacted, I should say.
And that's the thing, is because they've gone to brunch. In UK terms, they've gone to brunch, and they found another crusade in terms of getting rid of the bad people, in terms of going against Trump. But, fine, all fine and good to say that Trump is bad and to talk about why he's bad, because he is terrible. He's a terrifying demagogue, But it shows again how removed you are from the reality of life in Britain at the moment, that as soon as you get the red team into government, you just fucking forget about your entire country and all of the communities that you should be representing and talking about in terms of your political activism and engagement.
Yeah, he's talking about Colin McGregor in America, which, by the way, a rapist goes to the house of a rapist is not massively surprising.
And let's also not forget, this is not just about what's happening in the UK. This is also the same Keir Starmer who said that Israel had the right to cut off food, water, and fuel from the fucking Palestinians. He endorsed war crimes before the election, and these motherfuckers still told you to vote for him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's so annoying, these people now trying to sort of backtrack and pretend like they don't have any balance in this, when they all went to the fucking celebration dues thrown by the Labour Party. They all were happy to accept the plaudits when things were going well for them. And now, all of a sudden, they want to backtrack. Well, I'm not an MP. I didn't do this. You asked people to vote for this. Don't fucking lie.
Exactly.
Don't lie. You asked people to go out and tactically vote for fucking Christian Wakeford or Wes Streeting.
Yep.
You have to
That's exactly
own
what they
this
did.
now. You have to own this.
That's what's so frustrating about it all as well. And on top of that, is that he said, well, I voted for Corbyn's government, but they spent the entire time just getting mad about him because he was slightly too Brexity,
Yeah. Whereas now, of course, his fucking God King Emperor Starmer is literally the make Brexit work man. Because again, he just wants to pander to right-wing media interests.
And he also is the same Keir Starmer who undermined the negotiations in the background for a soft Brexit when he was the shadow Brexit secretary under Corbyn, was the one who pushed the second referendum, anti-democratic second referendum policy that lost Labour the election so heavily in 2019, and who then used that to take over the party to turn it into the pro-Brexit party.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true, Phantom of Black. Corbyn doing some socialism by living rent-free in the public housing that is his mind. Yes, 100%. Yes, talking of socialism, if you want to do socialism, there are several ways, but the best way to do it is in the form of subscriptions, of memberships, of bits messages, and of super chats. On the various platforms to either myself or No Justice MTG. That is how we build full socialisms.
It's true. Organising a new workplace, waste time. Joining a socialist political party and campaigning for political power, not going to get you anywhere. Donating to your favourite YouTubers and Twitch streamers, that is the real route to socialism.
That is the 21st. In the 21st century, you can't really do barricades, but what you can do is PayPal.
I was like, literally, how on earth are Americans supposed to achieve socialism unless Hassan has a really nice sports car? It's as simple as that.
Socialism is when a house.
Socialism is when a £1 million house in LA.
Yeah, but to be fair, he is very sexy.
Thank you for the 5 gifted, Caspi. I really appreciate the support. Thank you very much for contributing to the march, the endless march towards socialism.
You know what you've become? A true proletarian.
That's true. True proletarians donate to Justice MTG.
Yeah. Very much so. What we got? Well, we're a few minutes early for
In which case, should we bring up Dan? The Dan B1 said there was one point. We probably won't watch the whole thing, but I just want to get that clip out of the way, where James O'Brien says the only reason he thinks that it's okay to cut disability benefits is because Starmer is doing it, and that's so. He
didn't say that, surely. I haven't seen the clip, so by all means.
Yeah, Dan B1, please drop the link in chat so we can watch.
Yeah, that's amazing, and because again, as with Auto English, at least I'm a grown up. Yeah, that you've become the meme. That's literally the criticism we make of you, is that's how you think of things, you fucking idiot. And the criticism of the notorious Job is that he literally does if Keir Starmer does it, it's good. If Keir Starmer had allowed a sexual assaulter to go through the system and all of that, he'd have been fine with it. It's because Boris Johnson did it, and that was what was bad. If it had been Chris Pincher, Labour MP, it would have been fine. Because the footballification.
Oh, dude.
Actually, oh God, I was literally watching his fucking breakdown of PMQs yesterday, and he goes on about the footballification of politics. He literally was describing it as what was the phrase he said? Kemi Badenoch scored first, and she was 1-0 up, but Starmer got a late equaliser. Was literally how he described PMQs. Having criticised the footballification of fucking... get wrecked. I just, honestly...
Incredible to me.
Absolutely amazing.
His career should have ended by the time he wrote a book called How to Be Right, given how he's consistently incorrect about everything.
Yeah. And, of course, how they ruined Britain, how they broke Britain, and yet doesn't put himself in there. Yeah. It should have been called How We Broke Britain, because that's very much your fucking fault too.
And also, that's true. The people who cared about Pincher don't have a fucking problem with all the shit that's similar that you get from Labour.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, in terms of either corruption or policy, they're not actually significantly better in most ways than the Tory party were.
I feel like the level to which the number of people who are scummy and corrupt in the Tories is larger, you know. But in terms of the biggest offenders, the scale is on the same kind of level.
Yeah, well, that's the I mean, I sort of don't. I mean, it's not that I don't care about the number, because clearly that does matter. But if you have some level of corruption that's not just allowed, but essentially actively assisted in thriving, because the people at the very top. It's not when we make jokes about him going to the Arsenal or whatever. It's the point is, what is he giving up in return to that, or for that, right? Or tickets to fucking Taylor Swift or Sabrina Carpenter or whoever. It's that corruption is just seen as normal. So it doesn't matter to me whether every single member of cabinet is doing this or whether it's half of them. The fact that the leadership are fine with that and are very much in the thick of it means they're no better. Because my goal isn't just, can we have slightly less corruption? It's, can we have like virtually zero corruption, please? Actually.
Yeah, exactly. Can we get it? Can we change the rules so corruption is impossible? You know, and that's the thing. Like anybody who can get mad at the Tories and just ignore, like, at no point ever engaging with the fact that they've appointed somebody who was on the fucking Epstein flight logs, or was in the black book. Sorry, it's in the black book. Who has a special pet name called Petey.
Went to his fucking birthday party.
So who visited him in fucking prison, and make them the ambassador for this fucking country. Like, and if you can't critically talk about that in terms of what that says about the people in charge, then you can't call yourself a political commentator.
Or, frankly, a decent human.
Thank you for the $4.99, Jack Mello. Good, because you continue to be glad I found this channel as community didn't where I'd be if I hadn't. Well, I appreciate your continuing support of the channel. We stand, and I'm again just glad to see you out there getting involved in the Green Party, which is the alternative that we have to this shitty, fucking awful political system that we're in.
And I'm going to do my catchphrase. Is that the Jack Mello?
It is the Jack Mello, yeah.
No.
Right, it's 12 minutes in, by the way.
Oh, okay, 12 minutes in. Where are we?
Question one, broad question.
That is quite quiet.
How do we know 03456060973 whether or not this is cruel or inadequate? How do we know if it's gone too far or not? It's Goldilocks territory, right?
No.
Is it mummy bear, daddy bear, or baby bear? Is it too hot?
No, it's not. It's gone too far. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, like it's very sort of laugh at the fact that his political analysis is so childish. He's literally doing it in nursery rhyme form.
I'm sick of the Goldilocksification of politics. So anyway, mummy bear, daddy bear.
Hot, too cold, or just right? How do we know? That's your first question, and I'll take any answer you've got to that because it's a tricky one, isn't it?
No, it isn't. Okay, my thing is it going to make the most vulnerable poorer? It's gone too far. That's it.
Simple as that.
That's it.
If it was bad when fucking IDS did it, it's bad when Liz Kendall does it.
Yeah.
4560600973. How do we know? 1.2 million people could be affected. If you are one of them, tell me how that makes you feel today.
Well, some of them won't be able to because their communication skills are so poor that they can't function in that way. And yet your government is still going to fuck them over. 83,000 schizophrenics will be subject to this. Over 120,000 cancer patients will be subject to this. It's barbaric.
But how do we know?
Yeah, how do we know?
Second question
How could we possibly know?
How feasible is it? Because I've never bought this.
He's not a seer. He can't tell into the future whether taking money from the poorest will possibly negatively affect their lives. He's a grown-up, though, so it's fine.
He's the sensible.
He is the sensible. Yeah.
King of the sensibles.
To be honest with you, and the only reason I'm entertaining the possibility today is because it's a Labour government that's introduced these policies, not a Tory government.
God, he did say it. Oh no!
Like you can't parody these people any harder than they parody themselves. Just literally going here going, I mean, it may be taking money away from the disabled is good. Maybe it's bad. I don't know. But the only reason I'm thinking that it might be good is because the red team are doing it. It's because Sir Keith, you know, the human rights liar in chief, is doing it.
I'm going to go back. We have to listen to that again. That is spectacular levels of, I mean, just lack of self-awareness to begin with, let alone evil. Okay.
Just the kind of sensible analysis you expect from James O'Brien.
The adults have never been more in the room, really.
Because I've never bought this, I've got to be honest with you. And the only reason I'm entertaining the possibility today is because it's a Labour government that's introduced these policies, not a Tory government.
The only reason I think it might be okay is because my team won. Because my football team won, and so it might be okay to actually mince the poorest. You are a fucking actual clown. A literal actual clown, man.
He is clown shoes personified. And the thing is, what can you call this other than the footballification of politics? What else can you call it?
The meltiest shit I've ever seen. Ever.
His football team is the one doing the stupid thing, so he thinks it might now be good. Potentially.
Yeah. James, I don't need your charity. I don't need you to actively prove that you're a client journalist. Leave something to the imagination so that I can do analysis to prove that for you. You don't need to do it on my behalf, James. Thank you.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Like the really minty in chat. The leopards will eat the right faces this time, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure, because my leopards eating people's faces party is wearing red. They have red rosettes on, therefore they're not going to actually.
It's fine this time because the Angel of Death is being played by Liz Kendall, and so that's actually fine. So it'll probably work out super well on this occasion.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Chat, is this a straw house, stick house, or a brick house? Thank you for the £2, Caspi, and thank you Ashlols for resubscribing with Prime. Fully red team good. Well, exactly. You couldn't make it up. You could not make it up.
I'm so glad he's steering the ship of state through the rough seas to the boat of joy, and it's awesome. I love it.
Ship shape.
Ship shape and ship shapey ship shop.
And I know there'll be plenty of people listening to this program who are beginning to wonder what the difference is. I think you're silly to think that, but
fuck off. Even in the midst of him going like, well, it's probably bad. Maybe it's bad that they're eviscerating the poor, and some people might think that this is they're like the Tories, but you're silly, and I'm an adult, and so therefore I'm right, even though I'm actively describing the ways in which I'm wrong. And have been wrong for 10 plus years. James, you're a melter.
Honestly, you can't parody them any harder than they're parodying themselves. I thought that James O'Brien had reached peak parody when he said it's only bad for having a big majority if you have a demonstrable liar in chief and no one thinks that Keir Starmer is a proven morally corrupt serial liar. Like, I didn't think you could parody himself any harder than going, lies are only okay when Boris Johnson, are only bad when Boris Johnson does them, you know? I didn't think it could get any more parodiable than this, but no, he's gone further and has gone is so Armando Iannucci pill that he's just said, I am the one here. I am going to base my entire response to this policy based upon the colour of the team that does it.
Yeah, we are seeing a generational talent of footballification. A world class, top of the shop, A class, wanker.
In a loving way, I think the list of things that distinguish this government from what we've seen over the last 14 years is as long as your arm. But I also do understand why any talk at all of...
Well, maybe if you're a T-Rex. Yeah, because they've got little tiny arms.
Cutting welfare, particularly for disabled people, feels like a place that your Labour Party should never go to.
Almost like they're like the Tories? Is that why you don't think they should be doing that, James?
It's almost like there was an internal coup within the party to replace anybody even slightly progressive with right-wing apparatchiks who get donations from the rich and the powerful.
I don't think
who might have been funded by bankers and hedge funders and Israeli lobbyists through Labour Together. I wonder if that might be the case, and if you'd paid attention at all over the last 5 years, you'd know that, James.
No, that's just silly. Can you be a grown up, please?
Again, you're wrong, because it's very much a part of the last Labour government as well. But as in Tony Blair's and Gordon Brown's. But I know.
And thankfully, they were nothing like Tories, so it's fine. Literally called themselves the heir of Thatcher, just as an aside.
It doesn't feel like the party of Anira and Bevan, perhaps, or even Clement Attlee. And that's the second question: is that
you said Starmer was going to be a Clement Attlee? You literally said Starmer was going to be Clement Attlee. You said it on your fucking show. Just
Well, no, what he meant was that Clement Attlee being dead and Keir Starmer also being technically mortal, that one day he will also be dead. So in many respects, in that one way, he will emulate Clement Attlee at some point. So, checkmate, student politics.
I'll just move on to question time. If I watch any more of this, man, I'm going to have a fucking aneurysm. And an aneurysm.
Aneurysm, Bevan.
Inhabit this story. How is it? Is it something that you can understand, that you can actually see some wisdom in? Because of the system that you have been in. And how many degrees of separation should we have here? I don't know. I think the worst one I ever heard was the woman who rang me to dob in her sister-in-law. Or was it even her sister, actually? I mean, how does the system work? How feasible is it?
Well, we can move on from this, because I want to definitely raise... I think David Lammy's... honestly, might be his scummiest moment. I don't know if you saw this. Floating around in the ether.
So Stephen Charlton says, I'm no fan of Labour, but I do find it funny how the mainstream media going on about how evil the Labour are, when the Tories did the same. The MSM were very busy doing benefit bashing porn on TV. Oh, you're right. You're not wrong in the slightest. You are not incorrect to point out that when George Osborne was doing it, they was being discussed as if it was entirely necessary because of the fiscal ruin by the Conservatives. Well, the Labour Party before under Brown and Darling, and you're not wrong to point that out. It doesn't make the policy that's being done any better though, with the media reaction. Because media is Tory, and it is fucking entirely run by Tories. That is true.
David Lammy told the cabinet his family members should not be on benefits. He literally snitched on his own family to the cabinet. It is like in the thick of it moment. It's like, it's so absurd that he would say that in a cabinet meeting. What are you? What the fuck? What creature are you? Because you're not human, clearly. What planet? What fucking universe have you beamed in from? That you think that's a remotely okay thing to say, you prick. Oh God. Oh, as if you wouldn't already be ashamed enough to be a member of this man's family. To be blood related to this creature. Oh my God, that is tragic.
Oh, did you see him in the Commons? Just go, an SNP MP asked him to justify selling weapons to Israel, killing children. He was like, "Mind your tone of language, please." I hate this man.
Can you not direct missiles onto my domestic property with your words, please? Can you not genocide me with your language, please? Actually, Mr. SNP man.
Because everything is genocide apart from when Israel does it.
Literally. Or Saudi Arabia, obviously, because we need their oil. Have we moved on from old Hitler haircut over here? Do we want to do question time?
Yeah. Let's move on to question time. So I'm just gonna pop the Twitch link in my YouTube chat.
Yeah, you do that because you don't want to get copyright cooked, and that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, so people who are watching on YouTube, all 213 of you, it's a lot of you in the chat today. Welcome. Seen some new faces here today who've probably recently followed from the last few days where my channel's been popping off, which has been a good lot. Got loads of new subscribers over the past couple of weeks with my coverage of the of the disability cuts. We watch Question Time every Thursday with Kevin on the channel, but we have problems watching on YouTube because sometimes they copyright cut you, which can take away my ability to upload videos, which is my source of income. So we are going to be watching Question Time on Twitch, even though it is fair use. It's fair use to react to this content. We're being transformative, so that's not a problem. But YouTube doesn't see it that way. So if you're watching on the YouTubes at the moment, if you want to click the link in the YouTube chat, and I'll bring you over to my Twitch stream. You don't have to have an account or anything. You just come in and watch the Twitch stream as normal, and that's where we're watching Question Time, which comes today from Reading, and the panel is fucking dreadful.
It is, honestly.
The panel is so bad.
Is it the most right-wing one there's ever been? And I'm including the one with with Jack Straw and the former leader of the BNP. Is this the most right-wing one ever? I don't know.
I mean, if you're a member of the Republican Party, you're more right wing than Nick Griffin. Like, that's where we are at this point.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So if you do want to come and join us, we're going to be ripping apart these right wing knuckleheads, but we'll be doing it on Twitch. So click the link in the YouTube chat. If you're a YouTube viewer right now, click the link to Twitch and come and watch. We'll be starting in about 4 minutes time, and then we'll be probably going till late at night. So there's plenty of content to get through. Please drop a follow over on the Twitches if you do have an account, and if you have Amazon Prime. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you can link your Amazon account to your Twitch account, and that gets you a free Twitch subscription, which costs you nothing, gets you all of the benefits for Twitch subscription, and I still get paid out for it at no cost to yourself. So if you do link your Twitch account to Amazon Prime, you can use an Amazon Prime sub for free to be able to help keep the channel afloat financially. Either myself or Kevin. You get to use your Prime sub once per month to give money to one of the channels of your choice. So you can do that to either myself or Kevin or any other channel of your choice. Thank you to the 20 gifted Chris. I'm now going to be ending the YouTube stream. So if you want to come and watch Question Time on my end, please come over to Twitch. Yeah. Thank you, Captain Badger London, with the Prime sub. I appreciate you throwing your Bezos bucks my way this month, because that's what it is. You're taking money out of Jeff Bezos' fingers and putting it into my bank account, which is the important thing, of course.
Becca, don't leave. I'm staying on YouTube. I'm just saying. Because I said hello, and then instantly, oh, okay, bye then. Thinking I was going. No, I'm staying on the YouTubes because I'm a rebel.
Yeah, and you get all of your income mostly from Twitch anyway. So if you lose YouTube access for 7 days, whatever it is, it means nothing to you, or not as much rather than it would be on my end, which basically means all of my income goes away. So
true. Yes. Indeed so.
YouTube is ending now, so please come to Twitch or stay on and you'll be raided into Kev. Okay, see you in a bit, YouTubers.
Okay, doke.
Right, we're all good.
Okay, good. Hello, Raiderinos in the YouTubes. Hit the subscribe button and you can give me money if you wanted to.
It's only 99p, remember. To be a YouTube member on either of our channels, it is only 99p. It gets you some cool emotes.
And if you do
boost the stream.
Yeah, and if you do a super chat, it scares the shit out of me. Because I've set a sound alert which sounds... No, that one's for a membership. If you do a super chat, it's Mark Goldbridge, who again is a Man United streamer guy, right? And him reacting to a certain bad thing that happened, and him literally screaming, "I don't want to fucking do this anymore." But because he's saying it away from the microphone, it sounds like it's a person actually behind me in the room, and it scares the ever-loving shit out of me every time.
Well, thank you, KXI Minds, with the Prime sub, and thank you, Jack Meller, for the 5 gifted. I appreciate both of yours kind support today.
Nice. Anyway, let's get on with the most right-wing shit ever. Yay!
Welcome to Question Time on BBC iPlayer and Sounds. Is Steve Reid, who is Secretary of State for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs.
He's the most left-wing person on the panel, and he's...
No, Richard Bacon is the most left-wing person on the panel.
Is it? I don't know his politics. I haven't got a clue.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's been tweeting a lot about Gaza, so this guy's part of like the genocide party now. So there you go. That is your line. That's your delineation there.
Well,
between
the
left and right.
genocide and democide, of course. Let's
Oh,
not forget.
true. Yeah, he also is going to vote through their anti-disabled policies too.
True. Thank you, James Holmes, with 10 gifties. I will turn off the alert though, because we don't need Ord like a baby otter 10 times. And thank you, Andy Carter, with 5 gifties. Again, ditto.
He's been in post for 9 months now and is also MP for Streatham and Croydon North. Helen Whately is the Shadow Secretary for Work and Pensions.
Why
on
do
the
they
Conservative
keep
front bench.
fucking wheeling her out?
Well, I've decided.
So bad.
I've decided this is. I'm going to refer to Helen Whately from now on as Laura Trott with brain injuries, because that's literally what she is.
I don't know if you saw that during the election period she was a healthcare spokesperson, like on like the shadow benches or whatever, and she did this debate where a bunch of people and doctors were asking questions from the public, and Wes Streeting was on, and she was so bad. It was on Channel 4. I don't know if you saw it. Moderated by Christian Gary Murphy.
Oh, possibly. I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't know how. Like, I was watching the because she was the one responding in Parliament to the disabled evisceration bill announcement. Yeah, I fucking hate that noise alert. Thank you. Yes, she was responding, and I just thought this is the best that Westminster can dredge up. Our system has created this creature, and they are the best person to be in control of the Shadow Health Ministry. What the fuck? How broken is our system? Really?
I mean, it is going to be funny, how like Keir Starmer is uniquely unpopular, so is the Labour Party, and not uniquely, they're historically unpopular, so is the Labour Party in general, and the Tories' overall approval rating is still lower than Labour's. They're still more hated than the Labour Party, the Tory side. It's going to be super fucking funny looking at current polling. That at the next election I think there's a good chance that the Tories will lose seats from their worst result ever, because they literally have zero talent.
I hope they go below 100. That would be so good.
I mean, I hate their politics regardless of how talented they are. But at least I can admit that despite being a demon, Michael Gove is really good at politics, I can understand that he's talented at being a political axe, even if I think that everything he believes in is fucking revolting, But there are no Goves left. There is just Helen Whately's and Laura Trott's and fucking Jonathan Gullis's left in the party.
Jonathan Gullis. Oh my god. Kemi Badenoch is the fucking... the shadow, the leader of His Majesty's opposition. Jesus fucking Christ, that's
they're so bad. There's just, and did you see them in the Commons today?
Awful.
Yesterday in PMQs. And she was just like, well, will you do something with the taxation policy? I was like, dude, no one fucking cares.
Yeah,
there's nothing. Like
they've learned nothing, and they're gonna suffer the consequences. So. That's rather good. Thank you, James Holmes, for the super chat you did earlier that I missed, but thank you. Thank you, Moon C, with 2 poundy-roos. Hi, Kev, haven't been here in a while, but you're good. Well, I am good, thank you, yes. But you know who's better? No Justice MTJ.
We are the dream team, because we both bring all of our
we are
talents.
Complementary. You know what we do? We dovetail.
We absolutely dovetail, Again, like I've always said, your vast knowledge of history far surpasses my incredibly small knowledge of history, and that the amount which that brings to our content is unmatched with anything I could bring. And thank you for the bits, Suze. Appreciate it.
Previously worked as a government minister in health and social care. Fraser Nelson is a columnist for The Times, having run The Spectator.
Worst voice in politics.
I'm Scottish, You're just fucking awful. A man so cocked, of course, that he went on the Trigonometry podcast and wouldn't defend his brown kids. Literally. They were basically saying, your kids are brown, they're not British. And he was just like, well, I'm not entirely sure I agree with that. Like, reach across the table and slap him in the fucking face, you prick.
It's Shady Pants, isn't he?
As if you just sit there and allow someone to disrespect your children and wife in that way. What the fuck? Like, I don't want to be all like, you need to defend your woman or any shit like that, but like, just on a personal level, have some fucking backbone. Tell him to go fuck himself. What's wrong with you? Anyway, so, that's the level of politics he's at.
Magazine for 15 years. Recently, he authored a Channel 4 documentary called Britain's Benefits Scandal, which explored the rise in people claiming sickness benefit. Richard Bacon has presented...
Well, I'm sure he'll have a fantastic insight then, having done propaganda on this topic before.
Oh my god! Oh, did you? I mean, we watched the documentary. It was terrible, wasn't it? And also, fucking Richard Bacon's aged, hasn't he?
I was about to say,
Mean.
there's silver fox going on here, because I'm old enough to remember this prick on Blue Peter. And now he looks like he's about to die, which makes me feel very old. Oh, no.
Also, speaking of him going on, sorry, Face Nelson going on the trigonometry podcast. People in the comments are talking about like the Francis guy on trigonometry. He doesn't fucking speak, doesn't he? He's literally just like Konstantin Kissin's little pet.
Yes.
And he basically, and I think, I actually have no hate for Francis. I think he's genuinely very funny, just on the basis of the fact that he basically knows that he's a stupid idiot who doesn't know anything, and so just lets Constantine Kisses talk all of the time. Just interjects, going, "Well, that's basically right, isn't it?"
Yeah.
And that's it. That's all he does. It's very funny.
They are the two. They are the yin and yang of, what was it? It's better to remain silent and have people wonder than to open your mouth and prove that you're stupid.
I mean, it's very much a Paul and Barry Chuckle situation.
It is. Which one of them should be dead? Because one of the Chuckle brothers is dead.
Saying so would violate.
No, I'm on about the Chuckle brothers. It's fine. Also, did you hear Barry Chuckle killed JFK?
True, that's very true. And did you know as well, including, in addition to Mal Karks, Ken Stronger, and the Honourable Pol Prof of Agile Ceremonies, I also have been reliably informed that the Chuckle Brothers Army faction account on Twitter, they predicted Keir Starmer was going to be ruling right-wing, and Otto English didn't.
Oh, except, of course, that in Keir Starmer's Chuckle Brothers, it's just to me, because he's all about himself, you see. Because I'm very clever. You can give me money on Patreon.
The huge number of well-known TV and radio shows, including Blue Peter, Top of the Pops, and young people's version of this very programme. He's now based in LA, where he's co-created several TV shows and runs his own production company. And as chairman of Republicans Overseas...
Oh my god, it's fucking 1972 Ray Reardon. What the fuck is this? Oh no.
It so is.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What crypt have they dug this man up from? No.
Okay, Greg Swenson is an advocate, an informal spokesman for President
The
Trump and the
Swenzone.
US Republican Party generally. Originally from New York, he's lived and worked here for 10 years.
When did he die?
Good evening, welcome to our panellists. Great to see you. Welcome to our audience here in Reading. Good to see you as well. And of course, welcome to you at home. You can join in the conversation on social media, or who knows, you could just sit back and watch. Let's take our first question, which is from Thomas Gould.
President Trump was supposed to end the war in Ukraine on day one. After his phone call with Putin, what's next for the art of the deal?
Yes, so President Trump is aiming to...
Well, it's going super well, because having given up everything before they even started negotiations, the incredibly successful phone call, he managed to get Putin to agree to a 30-day ceasefire on energy industry targets in Ukraine, which he broke within 24 hours. Or as I like to think of it, pulling an Israel.
It's true, very much so, very much so. And it's just so funny to me. It shouldn't be funny because it involves lots of Ukrainians dying, which is very tragic, of course. But just Donald Trump just constantly trying to talk about himself and his supporters talk himself like this master negotiator, and Vladimir Putin he's just going into a phone call, just dingling keys.
Yeah.
And just getting Donald Trump to do a little tap dance for him.
Basically.
He's just so stupid in comparison.
Yeah.
To get a ceasefire agreement out of President Putin. Ukraine has agreed to it. President Putin has not. What is next for the art of the deal?
In Ukraine, I think, first of all, we should welcome the progress that there has been on work towards a ceasefire.
What progress is this? I don't see any progress, really. They've put a series of unworkable solutions together that have been rejected. Literally, we're still going on about the coalition of the willing via our Zoom meeting diplomacy that we're doing now, apparently.
Well, yeah, literally, it's just like, well, Keir Starmer said this thing one time, and we believe him to be like the leader of the free world now, so we're going to talk about it, even though it was a week ago, it's now already out of date.
Yeah, like it's not going to happen. Like, you have two options. If you put boots on the ground, right, either the Russians have to agree to that as part of a peace negotiation, or we're just going to sort of go and put NATO troops on the Russian border, which starts a nuclear war, potentially.
Not good.
So, you know, maybe let that one drop. I don't think that's a real particular workable solution. But as it's the only plan they've got. The only plan they've got is irrelevant and unworkable. So what progress has been made?
Seem somewhat unorthodox. I'm sure Greg will agree with that sometimes.
And also, Ukraine and Russia are still firing missiles and.
Well, absolutely. It still hasn't happened, but there is movement now, and there wasn't movement before. But I mean, our starting point is that the Ukraine was the victim of a brutal, unprovoked, and illegal invasion by Vladimir Putin's Russia, a country run by an authoritarian who eliminates his opposition in that country.
Unlike in Israel, the democracy.
Or how about in America? How about in the country run by the man whose arse you are trying to currently blow smoke up, is currently black-bagging people off the streets for disliking him?
Yeah, yeah. Or indeed,
Like,
deporting people who have no criminal record whatsoever.
Not just deporting people, not just books. They're not going back to like a country of origin. They're being black-bagged off the streets with no crime, with no charge, on entirely at the whim of the Secretary of State or the President, and being sent to actual factual gulags in fucking El Salvador.
A Secretary of State who literally has... actually, no, it's not the Secretary of State. It's the Homeland Security, whatever he is, that literally has Deus Volt tattoos.
Like you are. I mean, again, people call Bernie Sanders a communist for trying to want universal healthcare, and we currently have a man trying to send people to gulags with his own personal checker. Like, I am a communist, but I don't believe in authoritarian purges.
So this country's support for Ukraine is absolutely unwavering. And indeed, Keir Starmer has been doing a lot.
And again, I don't want to make it an either-or situation, but why can't our support for our disabled people also be unwavering? Why does that have to waver in order to fund other things that could waver? It's a bit of a fucking weird one, mate, you know?
A lot of work as our Prime Minister, putting together a coalition of the willing, 30 countries who are coming together to look at what more we can do to guarantee the security of Ukraine.
But were you disappointed by President Putin's response to this phone call from Donald Trump, which in itself was a big thing, to have that phone call between the two leaders? Or did you think that's kind of what you thought Putin was always going to do? Try and spin it out for as long as he can?
We, as the West, collectively needs to put as much pressure as we can on President Trump, because there has been some movement. I'd like to see...
Yeah, but you're not supposed to be putting that pressure onto his fucking prostate. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're literally just fucking wanking him off.
Putin accept an unconditional and immediate ceasefire in the way that President Zelensky has said that he would do. Now, we have to get behind this situation and push Trump towards that point of settlement, because we cannot go on with the killing that we've seen in that country. But Europe is...
But we can go on with the killing in other countries. I'm not going to name any names, obviously. That would be a terribly anti-Semitic thing to do. But we can absolutely support that murder.
Absolutely, 100%, you know. But we will even gag our own foreign secretary for calling war crimes war crimes.
Yeah.
Incredible.
What a cuck.
Always going to have an eye on its own security. We've seen in the past that when President Putin gets away with invasion, as he did in Georgia, as he did in Crimea the first time, he eyes up his next target.
Do you want to ask which Prime Minister it was that was fine with his invasion of Chechnya? Maybe? Who was...
And who might have opposed being friendly with Putin whilst he was invading Chechnya on the backbenchers at the time?
Oh, that was the young guy for Munich South, the young A. Hitler. Yes.
Yeah, literally, absolutely. It was they actually had Adolf Hitler on the Labour backbenches at the time, and they just let him sit there talking about how much nicer it would be if we stopped murdering our own poor people and supporting apartheid. You know, the real kind of peak of anti-Semitism is when you say that apartheid is bad. You know,
Very much so.
ironically, and also ironically, Blair had to resign because of fucking the Lebanon war, didn't he? So. Also, I just want to say, there's a bit of stuttering on the video on my end. Do I have to change down the quality on the video to medium rather than high?
Oh, okay. It's fine at my end. I don't know.
Yeah, it's stuttering on my end.
Okay.
A figure like that to threaten the security of Europe. So the coalition of the willing that Keir Starmer is putting together, the increase that we've had in our own country, a difficult decision because of the impact of our overseas development, to increase our defence spending was the right thing to do because the security of this country and more collectively of the West that we are part of will always be the top priority of any British government.
So, Greg, President Trump got an agreement for a ceasefire out of Ukraine. He talked to President Putin hoping to get the same. He didn't get that. I mean, some might say he got a delaying tactic. Do you think President Putin is playing President Trump?
I don't think so. I mean, these are baby steps and they're necessary. We're closer to peace than we have been.
I can't
in 3
take him
years.
seriously. I just can't. Like, I feel like he's going to come out and go, pray tell, be quiet. Every noise you make is exquisite agony to me. Like, he's a fucking vampire. Look at him. I feel like we need to stake through the heart this motherfucker in Minecraft.
Baron Van Rieden.
Yeah.
And I think that's important to keep in mind. You know, getting Putin to the table, it's never going to be perfect. And I think it's unfortunate that sometimes compromises with the aggressor have to be made. And there's some history here. You know, if you go back to even to World War II, you know, giving Poland to essentially giving Poland to the Soviet Union to keep them in the war against Japan. You saw it with the settlement.
What? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, oh God almighty. Right. No one wanted to give up Poland, and they certainly didn't do so to get them into the war with Japan. That's fucking absurd. The Soviet Union were in Poland. The only option we would have had would be to start a war on the Soviet Union and try and push them out of Poland, which, considering they had 4 times the number of soldiers in the field, might have been a tad difficult. Like, it's not good. We went in there, we literally started this, or declared war on Germany to try and defend Poland, and we had to essentially give them up. It was freeing half of Europe by enslaving another half, was the way it was described. But that was nothing. Your depiction of that is so ahistorical. Honestly, you people are fucking scum. You just make up any old shit. Fucking idiot.
In the Korean Peninsula, you know, everybody walks away a little bit bummed out. But I do think that it's better than body bags and it's better than stalemate. And both Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the United States, and his counterpart in Ukraine, both reached out to their respective presidents 18 months ago and said, this is a stalemate, we should negotiate a peace. They didn't. Both presidents ignored that advice, and here we are 18 months later. So I just don't think we want to do another 3 years of this.
I think we're seeing more body bags, not fewer body bags. And I think, Steve, when you say it's a somewhat unorthodox approach to peace, he came in on January the 20th saying he was the anti-war president. And Gaza is worse off. Right now, Ukraine is worse off. European countries are increasing their defense spending, which feels like an arms race. And it is frightening. People are talking about a third world war for the first time. And if you want to know what Trump is going to...
And, of course, he's bombing the shit out of the Houthis again and saying that any retaliation whatsoever will be seen as hostile aggression from Iran.
I mean, if you're going to take the, I mean, even if you are going to play just gonna devil's advocate for American imperialists for a second, trust me, it's worth it.
Okay, you are going to have to row very significantly further than this to make this point work. Go for it.
The point I'm making here is from an American imperialist perspective, right? You're going into countries in the global south, for example, trying to remove Soviet influence, trying to beat back Marxist-Leninist groups or something like that, say from Burkina Faso or in Angola, that are backed by the Soviet Union to maintain the hegemony of Western imperialism in that area, right? If you say, well, we need to defeat these forces, like they would defeat like the Iranian proxies in Yemen, by going to war with the people arming them, like by that same line that Trump is going with Iran, that would justify America invading the fucking USSR over Angola, right?
Yeah.
Now, you should be letting these people win, because it would have been much better if the Soviet-backed forces won in these countries, which in Burkina Faso and Angola that they did. But the idea that somehow the way in which you deal with proxies is by going to war with the superpower that backs them is so fucking monumentally insane, even from the perspective of the people who support this stuff.
Yeah. Also, that would mean that the Palestinian people were right to do what they did on October 7th, because the American-backed militia, the IDF, were attacking them. So it was fine to do that, right?
Well, literally, that would justify people. They would justify, members of the Al Qassam brigades or some shit walking into like the American embassy in Ramallah and then just fucking massacring people. Which obviously you shouldn't be doing that. These are protected zones. But like, just the idea that somehow you get to go after the people who are arming the people you're at war with, it's so stupid.
It's very.
And again,
stupid.
especially not if it's a superpower, which could lead to fucking World War III.
Yep. Sorry, just a clarification. Matt Parker says Poland was divided up by the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. That is true, but he was specifically referring to at the end or toward the end of the Second World War. So when Russia gets invaded and then pushes back and takes over Poland, or liberates Poland and then unliberates Poland, if you will.
Yeah, so we're talking post-Yalta, right?
Yeah. Which had nothing to do with them entering the war in Japan, because they wouldn't do that for a long time yet. And ultimately, by the way, is why the Japanese capitulated. It wasn't the nuclear bombs, that didn't need to happen. It was when the Russians pushed down into Manchukuo, or Manchuria, and they realised, oh no, we're fucked. No, we're super mega turbo fucked. Maybe we should stop.
Going to do next, just ask yourself, what would Putin want to happen? And he will probably do it. And I don't think that Donald Trump is a Russian asset, but I think he's an asset to Russia.
Yeah, I disagree in many ways, but also specifically on this talk about World War III. We heard that in Trump's first term when he eliminated General Soleimani in Iran.
Yeah, because it was an act of aggression against a world power. And, of course, an act of aggression against an ally, technically, because you bombed him in Iraq. You murdered him, and indeed some innocent people at that airport, even though he was under the protection of the Iraqi government as a foreign envoy in that country. So yeah, it was an act of war, and Iran, for understandable reasons I suppose, but still showed a great amount of restraint in dealing with that, because they would have been well within their rights to declare war on you and attack you instantly.
But again, because America is the unipolar hegemon, or at least it was at time of recording, like they get to get away with it because they have the 3 of the 4 largest air forces in the world,
Yeah.
Including the largest. And then the 2nd and 4th are the air forces that belong to the Army and the Navy.
Yeah.
Everybody was, Trump derangement syndrome, alarmists about it's World War III.
Can I just point out, I just want to point this little doozy out. He mentions Trump derangement syndrome. I don't know if you saw, it was a reasonably small story, but I think worth bringing up. In, I believe, the state of Minnesota, a GOP congressman who entered, or tried to pass, a piece of legislation called the Trump Derangement Syndrome Act, which would have officially declared in the state of Minnesota that Trump derangement syndrome was a mental illness, an actual bona fide mental illness. That man was arrested and now charged with soliciting sex from a minor.
Peter Con theory never fails.
Never fails. So, just when people go on about Trump derangement syndrome, you should probably look at their search history. Maybe have a look at the computers. Maybe.
President Trump uses military strength very specifically and very briefly. He's not afraid to use it. He just doesn't want escalation and boots on the ground.
What's he got from Putin, though? What's he actually got?
Well, we'll see. I mean,
gonorrhea? Herpes? I'm suggesting they fucked. That's the joke I'm doing there. Thank you to, who was it? Elemental 76 with a donation, who says, "Thanks for the historical insights, Kev. No problem. It is what that and knob gags is what I bring to the table."
I mean, it's early days.
Well, actually, there is something that he's got from Putin. And with Trump, it's so important to try as much as you can to disregard what he says and look at what actually happens. But if you look at what has happened on the ground now, then Putin has agreed to a ceasefire on Ukraine's energy plants. So they've said, look, here's a list of these things. You've been chilling them like all Christmas and winter.
Right, but they already were bombing those plants again within 24 hours of the agreement, which you must be aware of because you're literally talking about this.
Like, it's so funny watching British conservatives deliberately blow smoke up Trump's arsehole just because they don't know what to do other than back the conservative side, even though it's obviously nonsense, you know? Just pretending that things are real when they're not. Like, they negotiated an energy ceasefire. And I'm like, well, it was broken. So if Trump got played again, he's an idiot.
Yeah. It's again, I think it's another example of hypernormalization. They realise that something is badly wrong about the situation, but they can't see any other way of dealing with it, so they just all pretend that it's normal. It's like folie à deux, but more than two, basically. It's the same delusion they all have, because they have to. Because anything else would be admitting the grift.
Can you please stop now? He's agreed to do that.
But he hasn't actually done it.
No, he's bombed another plant.
No, but this is what... No, he hasn't.
He has. He's got...
No, he literally has. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he is just an ignorant slut. I don't know.
It's just, again, it's his fucking job to know this stuff. I barely pay
noted journalist. Noted journalist. Fraser Nelson doesn't know shit.
Editor of The Spectator. Like, I pay fuck all attention to what's happening in Ukraine, because it's so big outside of my scope, and I'm more of a domestic politics person. You know, even I know that this is true.
Yeah, absolutely mental. So, like, look, I don't want to be too Richard Bacon-pilled at this point. It's early days, but so far, he's not letting the bullshit just fly. Like, he's taken on fucking Ray Reid and Cosplayer, and now he's taking on Posh Scott. I'm here for it.
Yes.
Well, infrastructure. It depends. According to the White House, President Putin agreed to stop attacks on energy and infrastructure. According to the Kremlin, it was only on energy. So if you take the White House's interpretation, President Putin does not adhere to the ceasefire at all.
Right. The point is that he agreed to something.
He agreed to something?
In a mistrust form of negotiation, right? They agreed to a deal, so that's the same as it being a good one.
And this is conservatism 101. Never admit defeat. Even though you've just been proven absolutely wrong, the host has confirmed it, another panellist has confirmed it, your point, therefore, totally undermined. Don't let that stop you. Just carry on and say the same thing. Don't let facts and reality affect or alter any of your ideas. No. Why would you do that? That would be crazy. Fucking
lost you for a second there, but we got the gist.
Yeah.
Stop the tax on energy plants is the first partial truce, which we've seen is tiny, but it's more than basically has been achieved in the last 3 years. Now, the idea is you then move it on to a ceasefire in the Baltic, then a ceasefire in the front line. And also, if you look at Putin's patterns, he tends not to bomb the energy plants during the spring and the summer anyway, so you might say it's not much of a concession on his part. But this is progress of sorts. And
if even you think it's so weak sauce that you have to qualify it with, it's progress of a sort, you know that's nothing. That's nothing. You are trying to sell me an empty box, but the lid isn't even on it. I can see inside the box. There's nothing in there, friend. What the fuck are you doing?
Okay, oh, fuck's sake. The Twitch audio is just fucking gone. Just 1 second. I need to refresh it before people leave. But I'm just going to type in the chat, and now the Twitch dashboard isn't loading. 1 second. Yes, I know there's no sound, chat. Fucking hell.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know how to do that. Hello, Mix Vivian Wolf. How are you? Everyone go and follow Mix Vivian Wolf immediately. Yeah. Hopefully you get that sorted.
Like, once two people say there's no sound, you don't all have to say there's no sound. I know there's no sound. I have to refresh the stream. Please give me some time.
To be fair, I mean, this might not be a thing for you necessarily because you are attentive and like your own audience. Whereas I hate everyone in the world and I don't listen to them. So they do need to say it 20 times and I might see one of them say it. So, maybe I've just taught your audience bad habits. I don't know.
Potentially.
Yeah. It's wild that we can hear Helena and her own chat can't. Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Apparently didn't fucking go live for some reason.
Mixed
Useless thing.
Vivian Wolf says, in capitals, Kev, can you tell Helena there's no sound on her stream, please?
Thank you, Viv. I really appreciate you letting me know that there's no sound on my stream.
Amazeballs. Well, unfortunately, and I don't want to be that guy, but it would appear that all of your audience have come over to me. Oh no.
I mean, I'm not surprised, but it's fine.
No, everyone, if you're in my chat and you were in Helena's chat, go back to Helena's chat. I don't want to steal her fucking audience.
You can watch whichever stream you want. To be fair.
Well, I mean,
I don't know what. I don't know. I don't know why Twitch will just go down and the sound will just go. Cause it's a Twitch problem, Because nothing's changed on my end. It's still showing as it's recording sound on my end.
Now, if
we're getting a recording on Streamlabs, which shows me recording sound,
if you're new here, you can hit the follow button, but I would advise you to return to where you fucking came from.
Go back where you came from.
Coming over here, taking up our chat space. It's outrageous. Anyway, yeah, no, you can hit the follow button and come back another time when Helena isn't streaming, and then I'll I'll
like tomorrow because my Friday's my day off, so you can watch the happy hour with Christy and Kev.
Yeah, it should be a good one. We've got some good stuff lined up. Helena is offline. Are you offline?
No.
Are you back then? Can we play or not?
Yeah, we're back now.
Like a baby otter.
Thank you to who the fuck was that again? James Holmes with 10 more gifties. James Holmes, you're amazing. Seriously, I will suck your soul out through your cock, mate. Let's go.
Trump deserves some credit for making more progress on this than there's been since full-scale war 3 years ago.
Baby otter.
Let's hear. Thomas, you asked a question. You set your hand up again.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of euphemisms being used. I think maybe instead of unorthodox, we should say blundering. And I think Republicans often say peace, whereas what they really mean is complete capitulation.
Yeah.
Okay. Woman in the green top there.
He even has a creepy smile, old Reardon. He has he does this thing where it's like, I don't even think he means to, but he's got a kind of Priti Patel smug smile thing going on, which is even weirder when you think he's like a vampire doing that. Actually, so is she, to be fair.
Just says I'll stop bombing the infrastructure and energy. Isn't he thinking about what he wants to be taking out of Ukraine afterwards? He's not really giving much.
Okay. Yeah. And the man in the middle.
Yeah, I also wonder as well whether the actual Russian people have a part to play in this as well, because if the war continues as it's going, and therefore Russia have to spend more on the actual defence spending themselves as a percentage of their own GDP, I wonder if the actual continued decline of their economy will actually cause the actual Russian people to start to potentially revolt against Putin and possibly the actual Kremlin regime as well. So I wonder if that's another way that may end up being a factor in that.
So Helen, we've got got opposing views here. You've got Greg saying, well, look, this is a start, and to see how it goes in its early days. In part echoed by Fraser. You've got others, a number of European leaders saying, look, Putin's not going to give an inch. All this talk about putting EU troops, UK troops in Ukraine. Putin's never saying he's got.
Yeah, he's not going to give an inch. He's going to stick his entire cock into Trump. What are you talking about?
True, all 3 inches.
Exactly.
Except that he's not giving any concessions at all. Do you think President Trump is doing a good job? And he could try and negotiate this deal?
I don't doubt that Trump wants to achieve peace, but I do think.
You see what I mean? Laura Trott with brain damage. That's just what she is.
She's thinking really hard how words work.
Yeah, exactly.
Things.
Yeah. Like, you shouldn't have to look like you're reading a monitor in your own mind. That's just weird.
Yeah, self-auto cue.
Yeah. It's like, you know, when you see like a really stupid person reading out loud to themselves? Or like reading, like, literally mouthing the words along? She's like that, but with her own thoughts. Which is especially good.
Risk of Putin trying to take advantage of the situation and playing for time. But given, as one of your audience member just said, he has got this challenge of the impact of the war on his economy, and it's not going very well. And he needs to be able to tell people that he's secured a victory, but it's going badly. So I think that, you know, Trump getting involved in this, what I would really want to see is him to, well, first, make sure that Ukraine is involved in the discussions, and the peace that is achieved when it's achieved needs to be one that's sustainable. So it can't be one that, for instance, Ukraine doesn't accept as something that works for them.
See, there's the
it's one
four
that they
steps.
have to be
She
confident
knows,
of their
right?
own security.
She knows that Keir Starmer's 4-step plan for peace, which involves having peace 4 times.
Yeah, having peace and then doing peace and winning peace and dancing peace.
Maintaining peace.
Yeah.
So there's clearly a ceasefire that Ukraine can't be confident about their future security doesn't sound like an answer. And one thing that we know with Putin, everything we've seen is if he feels he has the kind of victory that he wants, he will try and come back for more. And that's really important in all of these discussions, is to make sure that wherever it gets to, and we all
it's so annoying because literally this person can't really speak in full sentences. If she wasn't posh and didn't go to the right schools, she'd be, I don't know, in jail, dead.
Yeah, literally, you know, completely incapable. Because again, just fucking private school to PP at Oxford to career in the Conservative Party and into Parliament, like.
Yeah, like literally that. These people are just. It's the landed gentry thing never really went away.
Yeah, exactly. It's even more frustrating to me that she gets paid through the public purse than Torsten Bell. And that's saying something.
Yeah, that is true. But she has a mortgage as well, probably. So.
To get to an end to the war, that it's the one that leads to the security of Ukraine and Europe, not to a weaker position.
Woman in the red top.
I'm just frightened that Donald Trump is a complete loose cannon. It feels like he's tearing up relationships with allies that have been in place since the Second World War. He's starting trade wars left, right and centre. We wake up every day and think, what's he done now? And we're having to respond to it. And I'm really
Why are you smiling at that?
I feel that America are the allies that we used to think they were.
It's right. I mean,
Well, I think the problem, of course, is that it was shit having America as your ally to begin with, you know?
Yeah.
If there's one small thing to come out of this, it's people who had bought into the lies of Atlanticism finally realising that it was a one-way relationship, which was completely, how it had zero benefits to the UK, both geopolitically and economically, you know, just letting American companies ravage the UK economy. It's been terrible for everybody who lives here. And following on from American foreign policy led to the fucking 7/7 bombings and shit like that. Like, there's been nothing good has come from the special relationship since the fucking Marshall Plan. That's the last good thing they did for us.
True. And we were locked out of most of that because we elected a socialist government. And they didn't like that. So a lot of the Lend-Lease loans dried up all of a sudden.
He's basically a brilliant television producer, Donald Trump. That's what I think he is. But I think he's a frightening president. And every time you refresh your newsfeed, there's another 6 stories revolving around Donald Trump. And I find it, on the one hand, you can find him entertaining. Is there anything about him that frightens you?
No.
Nothing.
And I'll tell you, it's...
What frightens a man who's already dead? He's literally a vampire. He's the one that frightens you.
He's very candid, right? And that's new. He's not a traditional politician. He's surely not a former diplomat at all. And I think
no, but he's not a former diplomat. He's supposed to be a current diplomat, the leading diplomat of your nation, and he's like an idiot who invites rapists to come and give jolly speeches about how immigrants are bad.
It's just so I said this before to my brother earlier the other day. I hate how funny Trump is. I really want him to be just a fucking TV presenter again because he's so funny. Honestly, the Tesla fucking commercial he did in the front of the White House was it was so funny.
It's
I couldn't stop
all
laughing.
computers.
Everything's computer. I love Tesla. Oh, the only person who ever pronounced Tesla with an R, right?
Tesla.
Incredible. Tesla. Like, he's so funny, and he's also a fucking demagogue monster who's going to destroy potentially the world.
And the thing is, he doesn't even believe most of this. He doesn't.
No.
I don't think he has any. Like, he's not religious. I don't think he's actually in his mind that right wing. Really, he is racist, certainly. But that's, I think, because he was born into a family of racists. Basically, that's just the way it is. Literally, he and his father were twice successfully sued by the federal government for racist letting practices in their buildings in New York City. Little fact for you there, in case you thought racism was over. Yeah, so I don't think he believes any of this. He's just being used as a vehicle by much more nefarious forces.
Well, he's Jar Jar Binks. That's literally what he is. Jar Jar Binks, doing the service of fucking Palpatine.
Yeah, he's Jar Jar Binks being puppeteered by Hitler.
Steve Bannon.
Yeah, yeah.
What about the woman's point there that he felt like America felt like an ally, now it doesn't really feel like it's.
Yeah, and I think you have to look at why he's doing this. He wants his allies, our allies, to be better positioned, spending more on defense, liberating their economies. The trade system is broken. It's broken because we the U.S. have trade deficits with the EU of 180 billion, with China of 330 billion. Fortunately, with the UK, there is no meaningful deficit or surplus.
Yay! Cockland! Brilliant. Thanks. You still tariffed us, though, so, good. Definitely didn't punch a massive hole in your own argument there, dickhead.
It's funny watching free trade neoliberals having to defend insane, wacky economics from Trump that even they don't believe in.
Yeah. Oh, did you see Glitch talking about free trade fucking nonsense? Old Glitch McConnell having another freak out session today.
Not surprised in the slightest,
Yeah, honestly, he needs to be old yellowed in Minecraft. So this was him answering a question about tariffs that he had to be given a little bit of help with.
Senator McConnell, a question about tariffs. You called it a bad policy back in February. Have you had any conversations with the president just about that impact or what that looks like here in Kentucky, or talked to him about it being a bad policy at all?
My hearing is not what it used to be.
Tariffs, Senator. Your comment is about tariffs. Tariffs. Comment about tariffs.
I'm not a fan of tariffs.
Brilliant. Literally, American democracy is just people screaming into the ear of patients in an old people's home.
Yeah, it's like just a season, like the final season of Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah, honest to God, put him out to pasture. This is elder abuse.
I mean, it is elder abuse, just like it was with Dan Feinstein as well.
Yeah, unbelievable. Tariffs. Tariffs.
Slapping a tariff on us, though.
Well, he's slapping a tariff on everybody. I would hope that the UK can work out.
Do you like all that? Is that good?
It is very good, and here's why. Because we, the U.S., cannot continue to fund these trade deficits by borrowing money because we have $36 trillion in debt. 4 years ago, we had $25 trillion in debt.
Wow, you should tax some of those lots and lots of billionaires then, instead of taxing them a lot less, which is the only thing Trump has ever achieved.
And taxing regular Americans more to pay for it.
Yeah.
That's what he's trying to make people think the tariffs aren't taxes when they are explicitly taxes. And what he has done is given a tax cut to billionaires by putting a tax on the groceries and the consumer items that everyone was mad about the prices increase and they voted for Donald Trump and against the Democrats.
Yeah. And not just that, not only are they explicitly a tax, but the White House press secretary tried to say that they were a tax cut. Because, just lie. Trump's fans don't care. You can just lie to them. They're idiots. They want to be lied to.
Interest rates are twice as high. This is just reality. We have been protecting Western Europe with our military. We can't afford it anymore. We've been funding...
No, you have been running Western Europe. Not protecting. Running. dominating, occupying. Please leave.
The 6 weeks vacation in France and free healthcare by borrowing money every year to fund.
But we can do that with Israel forever.
Yeah, literally, you run giant deficits. Even the Republicans also did. Every single American government runs deficits, and they spend loads and loads of money to provide military aid and monetary aid to prop up the economy of their fucking aircraft carrier in the middle of the Middle East.
Yep.
Like, you literally, as you said, that you pay for universal healthcare in Israel through deficit spending.
Yep.
Fund the trade deficits. So that's just reality. This is a
Don't
common
fund
sense
trade
president.
deficits.
He has a different delivery than many, but he's a common sense president.
Common sense president.
And this is why he's elected.
There's a point that I think the point about Europe needing to take more responsibility for its own defence is something we've known for decades.
Absolutely.
The current situation has pushed Europe. Much
has.
of Europe not spending anything like as much as the UK is. We've now, the Prime Minister has announced how we are going to get to 2.5%. Europe is rich enough and strong enough to need to be able to do that. And we don't want to depend on whoever's in the White House for security. The Western alliance matters, but we need to be able to take action ourselves. And actually our sanctions have caused a £450 billion hit on Russia. That's enough to fund their operation in the Ukraine for 4 years. So this is having an impact on him.
Okay.
America has been wanting Europe to spend more on defence for decades.
Since Dwight Eisenhower, I think.
Right, but Donald Trump is making it happen now. Then Americans have been wanting to control the border with Mexico for a long time. The figures came out last week. The legal border crossings down 90%. And I am no advocate for Donald Trump. His ways appall me a lot of the times. I think the trade wars are completely mad. But it's important to see him from the aspect of his supporters, and they can see results. Results in the border. And they can see...
You're seeing the results in the eggs are now fucking $12 instead of 10. They're seeing results in the fact that they're going to have auto industry job losses because the supply chains to be able to build the cars in the first place have been destroyed by tariffs, meaning that there is no longer the money available to pay their fucking wages. Yeah, of course they're seeing results. They're seeing their economy being put into the fucking shitter, thrown into the wood chipper by Elon and co. Whilst they also now don't get fucking Medicaid, and their prescription drug prices have fucking quadrupled in price because they got rid of the ability for Medicare to negotiate drug prices as a fucking executive order. Yeah, of course they're seeing bloody results. Shit ones.
Yeah. Also, just as we're talking about Elon and Ukraine, the Doge office removed America from the organisation that was trying to track stolen children from Ukraine this week.
Brilliant.
So, a pedo, well, good friends of Jeffrey Epstein, and another one who is suspicious, a sexual assaulter certainly, who was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell, have pulled America out of searching for trafficked children. What a surprise!
See results in Europeans paying for their own security. Why should America pay more on Europe's security than Europe pays itself? And they can see some sense of movement in the Ukraine war. Now, I think he's asked to be judged by those results. I'm going to try as best I can to keep an open mind. It's very easy to drive yourself mad in Trump world and think the way is to keep your eye on the things that he's promised, and then let's have a look in a few months' time and see is there any more progress.
Okay, let me take a couple more points. Yes, the man in the white shirt and dark jacket.
Hi, yeah, I think for too long we've walked into this because we've relied on America as a backstop, really. I think with Keir Starmer now getting this coalition together, I think that's a good thing, and I think Europe really needs to stand up.
Okay, mate, you literally used the word backstop. He's calling for there to be an American backstop in this deal. That's the underpinning of the Keir Starmer deal, you prick.
Also, there already is a European coalition. It's called NATO.
Yeah.
Like, NATO already has a giant capacity to be able to defend itself because of the obligatory military spending across all of the myriad countries that are part of it. That makes Europe basically already, or at least the NATO countries, basically already impenetrable with or without the USA. Like, I don't buy for 1 second that we are somehow weak and frail and open to immediate invasion if America wasn't defending us. I don't buy it in the slightest.
No. Also, why is Shane Gillis behind him there in the audience?
Jonathan Ashworth there as well.
Yeah,
and go into there with troops, with some firepower, with some jets as well.
And that could potentially mean fighting the Russians. You'd be happy about that?
It could do, but I think it will put Putin on the back foot. I think he'll be a bit worried about going all
Oh, you're an idiot. Sorry, I thought we might have been talking to a sensible human being. No, you're a moron. Okay, cool.
out against a European force, I think.
Okay. You mentioned the US backstop. You mentioned that as well. Donald Trump has very notably not committed to any kind of US military backstop. Listen, you know the man better than any of us here. Do you think he means that, or do you think in the end, actually...
Well, I can't read his mind, but I can say that he knows that Europe has 10 times the economy that Russia does. So there's no practical reason that Europe can't defend against Russia when it's much bigger. Russia shouldn't be feared, it should be marginalized with
Yes, there are lots of weapons that we don't have that America has, and a lot of our weapons are dependent on the American system.
And unfortunately...
And Trump sucking his dick marginalises him how? No?
Exactly. No, giving up and capitulating is the opposite of that. Also, thank you, Atomic Power, for saying that Russia is talked about as if it's the Red Army of 1945, and it clearly isn't the same. I mean, it is the same, but only the same in the fact that they're still using the Soviet technology.
Yeah, they're using
fucking decades ago.
the same tanks, yeah.
Remember, Russia has 5,500 nuclear warheads. That's unpleasant to think about. But I do think...
Yeah, but how many of those
President
actually
Trump is all
work?
about outcomes, and he will get there. Or I have a high confidence he will get there. So,
but interestingly, what you're not saying is you think,
Like, would those fucking nuclear missiles, do you reckon they have a better or worse success rate than Elon Musk's missiles do? Because, like, I don't think many of them make it over the border, to be honest.
It's probably quite likely, of course, the US backstop will always be there. Not necessarily.
Look, I think the implication of especially doing the minerals deal with Ukraine is the more there's economic interest, the more the implied security. And this is really important.
Oh, yeah, because the US takes really good care of its mining, staff. Totally. It's not like you got rid of all of your safety guards and you've had a massive spike in the number of deaths of miners, even though the number of people who are miners has decreased. No, they take care of them, yeah. We
used to be able to fight a global war on two fronts. That was the general defense policy of the United States. Always be prepared for war on two fronts. Unfortunately, in the Obama administration, they brought it back to 1.5. In the Biden years, it brought it back to 1. So we are only prepared.
Literally just making stuff up. I don't know what the fuck he's even referring to there.
They continually increase the defense budget under both of those administrations. That's a fucking nonsense, you know?
This is what I hate about having to listen to Trump people, because they just make up any old shit. And they get treated like that's a serious comment that we should respect in any way.
Like it or not, to fight a war on one front, we have to pivot to Asia. That's better for the UK. That's better for Europe. Trump wants the allies to be stronger. He wants a stronger NATO. He wants a stronger Europe. Defend the continent. Let America pivot to Asia, where there's great risks.
All right, I'm going to move on. Do you know, I think we might come back to Trump on other programs. I mean, we seem to be doing it every week at the moment. Every week. But for now, let's park it for now and see where we end up. Before I move on, I just want to tell you where we are next week, which is Dartford in Kent. And the week after that, we're in Cardiff. So if you live in or around Dartford or Cardiff and you'd like to come and be part of the programme, just apply to the Question Time website. All the instructions are there. And hopefully I will see you in Dartford or Kent. Right, next question from Harrison Wilkes. There you are.
Is the welfare system broken?
Wow. I expect both of you thought this might come up.
It will be, yeah.
Helen, is it broken? Did you break it when you were her?
I would say it's not working. When we were in government, we brought unemployment right down, and then we saw in the pandemic and coming out of that economic inactivity, and particularly the situation of people claiming sickness benefits going up.
So things were problematic before the pandemic. I mean,
Whoa! Oh my God! There was a pandemic, and then sickness benefit payments increased. Wow! Mind blown. This woman she's putting two and two together right here. The sharpest political mind of her generation.
Did you know, during and after the Black Plague, the number of people that were alive was lower? Fact. Crazy. Some people, some conspiracy theorists might try and draw a correlation between those two things. I keep an open mind.
From 2014 to 2020, for example, and really the pandemic was in at least 1 year of that, the Conservatives made real-term cuts to many working-age benefits, but the number of people claiming incapacity benefit rose by hundreds of thousands. With PIP in 2013, that was a Conservative introduction, the claim was it would save lots of money. It saved a fraction of the money. The number of claimers rose.
So
what happened
on
from
that
the
point,
2010?
So generally, people try and claim that cutting welfare will get people back into work, when in reality, it makes people less likely to be able to get over their incapacity and reduces the overall capability of them to get back to work. And if you compare us to countries which have more generous welfare systems, but less punitive, let's say, because you shouldn't be thinking it's generosity to have a welfare system. That should be the basis of any functioning society. But you look at Denmark, that has a less punitive welfare system than us. Their labour force participation is like 10 points higher than ours. Is theirs in the 70s, ours in the 60s. So there's no correlation between the fact that what the FT has described as one of the most punitive welfare systems in the OECD has not and never will encourage people back to work, because all it does is increase the levels of immiseration. And the fact that the current government is repeating the failed mistakes of the previous ones by thinking that you can cut your welfare system towards getting people back into work shows you that this is narrativization rather than actually using data.
Yeah.
From 2010, when we came into government, is that we brought unemployment right down. We clearly inherited a difficult economic situation. Unemployment came right down. And the general claiming of benefits came down. And we put in place universal credit, which is a simpler system and particularly geared up so that it would always make sense for people to work if they could. As I said, we recognised that something went wrong and we
when she says those things in such as, well, the amount we were spending went down, yeah, it's because you cut it. The number of claimants didn't really change that much. And when it comes to unemployment, it's worth pointing out as well, unemployment only counts people who are out of work looking for work.
Yeah.
People who are falling out of that entirely, or people who are too sick to work, or who are disabled, or who are in education, are not counted in unemployment, you know? So a lot of the reason why unemployment is low is because there is a shift from people who are out of work looking for work to incapacity. A lot of that is due to mental health problems, probably due to all of the Conservative cutbacks, both to mental health provision, but also to general welfare and to the public realm in general. It shouldn't be surprising that when your public realm is shattered because of the austerity since 2010, that has led to material conditions worsening for most people in the country, which is not good for your mental or physical health. There's a reason why, in the wake of the austerity period, our children literally have stunted growth compared to what it was previously, and our European partners. This is not a coincidence.
True, but the one good bit about that is I'm 6'1", and so as the kids continue to get shorter, I'm going to be like a fucking Godzilla in 20 years. Just lording it over, 3 feet taller than the children around me, like ha 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 ha. That's how severe it's going to get. Thank you to, well, I presume it's not literally Nicola Sturgeon who just donated money to me. We won the footy, get up, yeah. Yeah, Scotland did beat Greece 1-0. Away from home as well, which is impressive. Well done, Scotland.
So it's worth pointing out too that when I talk about labour force participation in terms of what's happening in the UK, our labour force... Oh, sorry, I'm just don't let that alert go. Our labour force participation in 2010, when they got into government, was 61.75%. It is now still 61.75%. And the highest it got was just before the pandemic, when it was 62.6%. So in overall, it's changed by an incredibly small amount in terms of the extra people who were in work in 2010 until 2020. Like they've basically done the tiniest fraction of a change.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, as always, austerity is an entirely false economy.
Started taking steps to reform what had then happened, that rise in sickness benefits. And then the election came. We just had an announcement from Labour this last week on welfare, which does continue some of those reforms. And to the extent it continues those, I think that is a good thing. But unfortunately, I would say, because we do have a very serious problem here. We have a benefits bill rising to over 100 billion by the end of this decade. We have over 7 million people claiming some form of sickness benefit. And the problem with the system we have is, well, we need it to work in a way that if you can work, you do work, but actually if you're disabled and really can't work, you need to get support. And the problem with the system we have at the moment is that it's
woman
not
saying you had 13 years.
achieving that.
14.
One thing, so I mean, to that point, as I said, we actually did really substantial reform.
Yeah, heckle these motherfuckers. Yeah, good.
330,000 excess deaths.
Yeah. The nail polish you see there is actually just the blood of the poor that she couldn't wash off.
And putting in place universal credit is something that's looked at around the world as something where Britain has led in the world in this. However, as I said, things changed coming out of the pandemic.
We're world leading, honest.
I mean, world leading in terms of the number of our own population that we've sent to an early grave, you know?
That is true.
Where? Tell me, find me literally anybody internationally who said the universal credit model of the United Kingdom, that's the model we want to look at. We are beating the world with this. What the hell is she talking about?
I genuinely am not sure. But, yeah, fuck her. Yeah, Ireland also won, yes. Well done to the Republic of Ireland. Yeah, we literally got called out by the fucking UN rapporteur about this, yeah.
Yeah, there was a UN, I think it was a UN, there was a UN special envoy.
Special envoy,
came.
sorry, yeah.
I don't know what the difference is an envoy and a rapporteur. I think one of them is higher ranking than the other. Anyway, there was a UN special envoy to the UK who had judged that we had violated the human rights of the disabled with these people's welfare reforms. So to try and say we're the envy of the world, I mean, yeah, of like, I don't know, Netanyahu potentially.
Well, that is true, yeah. No, he wishes he could kill that many. I'm sure he will, but, you know. Thank you, Fulmar, for gifting a sub. Much love. Or gifting a membership, whatever.
What we saw specifically is an increase in people claiming sickness benefit for mental health reasons. Now, I come at this as somebody who was a campaigner on mental health before I was a Member of Parliament. I campaigned very hard for more parity between physical and mental health and better health care for people with serious
Okay, the fact that she's bigging up this means she's going to do a Wes Streeting and go, yeah, look, I really like, I'll campaign for this, but also they're all fucking liars and feckless losers. That mental illness isn't even fucking real.
Yeah, she was a campaigner for mental health, but we don't realise that she was campaigning for mental health to be worse.
Yeah, exactly. I'm joining the war on mental health, on the side of mental health.
Mental illness. And I don't for a moment question the reality, for instance, of things like the difficulties of anxiety that we know people are coming forward for sickness benefits for. But we also know that the evidence tells us many people with those kind of conditions with support can be better off in work. And the system in the last few years hasn't been achieving that. What we needed from the government...
Really? Who's been in charge for the last few years in which this system hasn't been working?
And even then, when you say, when I pointed out before that, again, labour force participation increased by less than a percentage point from 2010 until 2019 before the pandemic, did that increase people's level of mental health, getting more people into work, or did actually mental health get worse in this country because of, you know, everything else that you did?
Yeah.
Because they're now in the driving seat, is to really tackle that, and we didn't see it this last week.
And you didn't see it, obviously, when you were in power either.
Well, as I said, those are things that we were working on, but we
right at the end. Right at the end, okay. But none.
Oh, it's amazing how many things they were definitely working on and going to do really, really well after 14 years of not doing any of that.
It's the DUP and the Lib Dems that blocked it, clearly.
Clearly. And the ungrateful fucking British electorate for not giving us yet more fucking years in power. Outrageous.
Nonetheless, the number of people claiming ballooned, obviously, under Conservative government as well. Is the system broken, Fraser? This is something I know you've looked at a lot.
Certainly. Broken is not a strong enough word to describe it. It is a disaster. It is inflicting damage on communities. It's trapping people in poverty. It's shoveling them off to a land of worklessness where they're likely to...
And this has got nothing to do with his literal wanking over the death of the welfare state. No. This is not ideological. This is for the good of the poor. honest.
Thing is, and in his documentary, he met loads of people saying, "I would like to work, but I am unable to do so." And the only conclusion he could come to was just fucking take the money away. Like, it's just, again, there is loads of problems with it. I get the results of actually the people that he spoke to is that people need to ensure that they don't lose the things that they have entitlements to if they try and fail, that people do need more help and more support, and the healthcare sector needs to get better. He could have come to any of these conclusions when he did his documentary, didn't come to a single fucking one.
Yeah, because it's
Also,
all
thank you.
because it's all just ideology. He literally just wants to get rid of any support network at all.
Ideology. Also, thank you, Monkey Spootin, for the 100 bits. A wise man once said that everything before the word "but" is horseshit. Very true.
Yes. And Fraser Nelson is eating from the trash can of ideology. Fact.
Ever emerge from sickness benefit. Every single day in this country, every day, 2,000 people are put on to long-term sickness benefit. And the chances of ever coming off it are depressingly low. Now, this is a system which is supposed to be there as a safety net, but instead it's become a very cursory. If you say you're long-term sick, you're supposed to be given help. My documentary was talking to people who were in that category, and they feel that they've been given the money, but what they want to do is get back to work. It's quite a difficult journey for them. There's nobody there to support them. Quite often when you get given your welfare check, your sickness benefit check, that's for last time.
You think there's no one there to help them? Interesting conclusion to come to, given that the people who you support, the Conservatives, were in government for 14 years, and at no point did they, give anybody any help. Ben Sharp in chat has got an interesting stat that according to the DWP's own data, 40% of people on disability or incapacity benefits are on NHS waiting lists for treatment related to their condition. You say, oh yeah, there's no help. Yeah, because you fucked up the NHS. You supported the people who destroyed our healthcare service, leaving people on the scrap heap to die.
Yep, absolutely. Also, yeah, his phrase, the land of worklessness, sounds like where billionaires and landlords live.
True, because remember the most economically inactive people in our society are people who rely entirely on passive income, or as we call it here in reality, income stolen from the productive.
Yeah, like how a leech earns its blood. They're a parasite, is what I'm suggesting.
Time you hear from anyone else in officialdom. In the last 5 years of the Conservative government, there were 1 million people moving on to sickness benefit. Now, I once asked a bunch of economists if those 1 million people were in the economy instead, how would that look like? And the answer was that by the end of the Parliament, there'd be £30 billion more in tax revenue, £10 billion less in welfare payments, so that 40 billion is easily as much as Keir Starmer needs for defence or tax cuts. We'd have the highest.
So what do you think? What do you think of the government's plans? That we heard
right now, the
something about
government's
this
plans
week.
amount to penny pinching. I don't think this is welfare reform. What they've done is they've said, okay,
of course, it doesn't go far enough. Conservatism never changes. It's never going to change. They've decided the Thatcherite, Reaganite model is exactly what they need, and they're never going to change.
And exactly, and then they want to get these people into work, and they won't help them get well enough to be able to get them back into work. They won't make employers employ the disabled either through quotas or through providing more funding for access to work, which has a year-long backlog to be able to adapt workplaces for disabled to get back into work. And they don't want to make workplaces pay enough to get people back into work, because the Tories, when they were in government, which again Fraser Nelson supported, as Ben points out in chat, was stripping away workers' rights and implementing supply-side labour market reforms that drives down wages. Benefit cuts, welfare cuts, reduces the power of bargaining of workers, because the employers in the private sector have less to compete with when there is a worse welfare system. It not only makes it worse for workers and worse for people on welfare, it reduces the incentive to get off welfare, because the work they'll be going into is also shitty paid.
Yeah.
And also bad for your mental health, which leads to this vicious cycle that we are right now, where people are signed off with mental health problems because everything in our society sucks for people who do the actual work that create the wealth of civilization.
True.
we're spending too much money. I think the bigger problem is the lives being wasted, and there's not much chance. But we're going to take away a whole bunch of benefits, make them less generous, which will absolutely, politically, it's very difficult to get past the backbenchers. But we have not, the system I've described, the 2,000-day system, they're going to leave that for 3 years. Another 3 years. It should be abolished next month. So what needs to happen is that the so-called work capability assessment needs to go immediately, be replaced by something like occupational health assessment, something which is genuine health and support, saying you've got the luxury to deal with this in 2028, by which time we're going to have the equivalent of the working population of Birmingham more on sickness benefit, 4.1 million. There is not that luxury of time. I do believe that Liz Kendall, the Work and Pensions Secretary...
To be fair, that will just be the population of Birmingham, though. There won't be any jobs here, so we're all fucked.
She's a brave woman with the right ideas. We haven't heard them yet. I think
Liz Kendall, member of the Social Democratic Labour Party of Great Britain and Northern Ireland land. She's a brave and noble woman he described her as? Honestly, if Fraser Nelson ever described me as brave and noble, I would play Roblox the next day.
And again, if this isn't enough to prove to Labour Party supporters that the only people who love what's happening here are the most reactionary Conservatives possible, do you know who else has come out today in support of Liz Kendall? George Osborne.
Oh, I was going to say the ghost of Enoch Powell. Sorry.
It's George Osborne. It's George Osborne who's come out.
Well, George Osborne is still Chancellor, basically.
It's true. Yeah, like George Osborne coming out in support of you as a Labour minister should be like the death knell for your career.
Yeah.
Like Political Currency did a press release, that is George Osborne and Ed Ball's wankercast, saying that they think that she is trying to do her best in tough circumstances. And I am just like, these people are the first for the Tesco Gulag, literally first in the queue, Ed Balls and George Osborne.
Yeah, I'm warming up the trebuchet.
Reform plan, I hope, is yet to come.
Woman here.
I agree with Fraser. My daughter has a CSF.
Oh, you're an idiot. Okay, cool.
After a hospital did the wrong procedure on the wrong person.
Sorry, a CSF leak, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a cerebral spinal fluid leak.
Right.
So she leaks fluid from the brain through her spine.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that.
So she can stand up or sit up for about 10 minutes a day. That's been nearly 2 years. She's got 2 young children. She worked, she's lost her job, she's bedbound, she can't do anything. And we've been trying, and we've travelled the country to get doctors to look at how to cure her. A lot of it will be private. She's had to go on benefits.
Did you say that it's the wrong person?
Pause.
Yes.
How the fuck is that agreeing with Fraser Nelson?
Yeah, at no point did Fraser Nelson say, let's stop screwing up the NHS, which is patient zero for all of this. And no point did he say anything there, which the point that she's making is the correct one, which is that if we want people who are disabled to be well enough, they need to be treated by medical professionals. Again, trying to treat this as a DWP problem and not a DHSC problem is why we are completely screwing up this entire debate. Because this is a healthcare problem. It isn't a welfare system problem. Trying to say we can reform the welfare system to make disabled people better off and working, other than giving them more money, making them well enough, was also part and parcel of making sure that they have enough money to live. If we don't talk about the NHS and the healthcare sector, then this entire debate is totally pointless.
So this woman was stupid, but just in a totally different way than I thought she was. Because
at least
she doesn't understand what Fraser Nelson said, clearly. Because Fraser Nelson was basically saying your daughter should have to piss in a bottle for Jeff Bezos.
No, at the end of the day, at least she's recognised that the issue here is trying to get health treatment. But again, because the media and the people who we've got on to talk about this have framed this all in the context of welfare rather than the context of healthcare, that's all her brain can come to, even though she intuitively understands, as most of us here in normal people land do, that this is a health issue and not a welfare issue. Also want to say thank you to Star Spangled Shitlog for the 100 bits. Spent years in ASA, can confirm it's fucking impossible to find a job that's within the curiously restrictive hour and income restrictions. And if you do, they won't hire you because nobody worming their way through the capitalist class wants to hire the disabled. Exactly. Like it's no one here is thinking laterally at all, because all they can think of is penny pinching around the welfare system. Because all they can think of is they are just desperate to try and find the mythical fraud that doesn't exist.
True. Also, Star Spangled Shitlog is an amazing name.
Wow.
So what's your response to what you've heard about the government's welfare
changes? If the system worked together, you're saying about all these people being on sickness benefit, a lot of them are on benefit because they're waiting for treatment.
Right.
My daughter belongs to a group, there's thousands, mostly women, because they have epidurals that cause CSF leaks. and they're bedbound, and they've got babies and young children, and nobody is helping them. They end up on benefits. It's not their fault.
Okay. The woman at the very back in the green top. Let's get a microphone to you.
You've got to remember that there are real people behind these statistics. All I hear you talking about is statistics. What about the people? So previous benefit cuts to disability have been linked to over 500 deaths. Some of this suicides, people starving. So how confident is the panel that this isn't going to happen again?
And can I ask you...
I know Fraser Nelson's sure it's going to happen again, but he wants that.
You see, he's sitting in the corner jacking off about...
Happy to see it grow because you think this is the money that people need?
I think we need to look at... There certainly needs to be looked at, but you've got to look at...
So, the woman's point was, we are looking at this as numbers rather than human beings. And your response is, does the number of the welfare bill have to go down or up? That's literally your response to that. Proving her fucking point. You soulless ghoul.
If you're a conservative, the only thing that makes sense is completely thinking about it in terms that are only kind of perfunctory, unless you are directly affected by it, and then it becomes the biggest problem in the world. That's it. That's the only reality these people live in if you're a conservative, which of course Fiona Bruce is. It is everything can be compartmentalized in terms of graphs and numbers until it directly affects me. And of course nothing affects Fiona because she was so completely devoid of contact with the real world. She could understand that people couldn't see dentists. She was shocked that people were traveling 100 miles to a dentist. Yeah, of course she fucking doesn't, because she lives in London on a 6-figure salary from the fucking BBC. She doesn't have to care. She can get a private dentist around the corner, and she didn't notice the money going out of her fucking bank account.
Yeah.
Who is being affected? The most vulnerable people. It feels to me this government, and I was a Labour voter. I'm not going to be anymore.
Good.
Because it seems that you're actually betraying the people that are voting for you, the ordinary people that need your help. There are other ways. Why don't we start taxing more the rich? The wealthy people that can afford it. You're taking money from people that just don't have anything.
Okay, Steve?
Well, I mean, I've got a lot of sympathy with what people have said, and this lady
you
here
don't, though.
talking about...
No, exactly. Don't fucking lie to me, you prick. You don't.
The fact that people can't get a hospital appointment and that's why they're stuck on benefits. Absolutely right, when we've got record waiting lists, can take 18 months or longer. So we've invested already £26 billion and the waiting lists are coming down. 2,000 more appointments already since the government was elected. But looking more squarely at the benefit system, the welfare system, it's broken. And it's broken because it is failing those very people it is supposed to be helping. Look, we've got 1 in 10 adults of working age in this country who are on health or disability benefits. 1 in 10. And most damaging of all, 1 in 8 young people, that's 1 million young people in total, 1 in 8 young people are on benefits. They're not earning or in training or learning, and yet we know that if a young person doesn't get into employment or training by the time they're in their early 20s, they may never work in their entire life. They are written off. They have no chance
How will
in the future.
the changes that we've heard about, and I appreciate we're going to hear more next week, but how will the changes now so far change that? Is it simply because these young people, for example, aren't going to get the money, so therefore they'll just have to go into the workforce, whether they've got support or not? How are you going to change that?
They need more support.
That's not going to happen, though. They'll just end up fucking sponging off their parents. They'll just be living at home, being even more of a burden to other people who will then not be able to be as productive themselves, you know?
Yeah.
Like, again, say you want to give them support, I'm all for it. Say you want to give people the right to engage in the workforce and not fear losing their disability should they find that work is incapable for them and have to go through reassessment. By all means do that. These are fine parts of the Green Paper. But as you just say, but also we're taking away all of your income support because we feel like we want to force you into work you may or may not be able to do. It's cruel. That's all it is. It is absolutely cruel. And it's bad for the macroeconomy as well.
Yeah. But it's a moral crusade, you understand?
Have to reform this system to make it work better to people, to give them appropriate support. We can give better support for those who can't work if we can get those who can work into work. Now, some of those people will need support to get there. So what Liz Kendall announced in the House of Commons earlier this week is £1 billion extra funding to support people who can work, to get off benefits and get into work. That can be giving them additional support and training. It may be working with employers to make adaptations to allow people to work. The right to try, very important as well, because a lot of people on benefits are afraid to go into work in case it doesn't work out. A lot of conditions aren't fixed, they fluctuate. You go into work, then you have to go back to square one again and you lose all your benefits. So the right to try, and if it doesn't work out, you can go back, gives people the confidence to then get into work. And I think it's really important that work is not a bad thing. Work is what gives you self-respect, it's what gives you dignity, it's what helps you meet.
Well, no, it can help with those things, but it's not the thing that gives you dignity. It's not the thing that gives you dignity. What the fuck is this Victorian bullshit?
Arbeit macht frei, of course.
It really is.
Work does set you free, but that's the thing, of course, is that anything that you do where you try and help people is entirely scuppered by the fact that what we're having a big discussion here around people who are out of work. Yet the biggest cuts in welfare from these reforms are going to a benefit, PIP, that doesn't have a work requirement. It's nothing to do with being in or out of work. This is to do with helping the disabled deal with conditions that increase their overall costs out of no fault of their own. And that's what's being slashed. These are the people who are now going to be less likely to stay in the workforce because they find it harder to cope with a disability because they might be getting, £9,000 a year less in the support that they need to maintain access to a decent standard of living.
Meet your full potential as a human being. It helps you support your family, and disabled people deserve that right just as much as everybody else. But for those who cannot work, they deserve far better support than they've had so far. By making this reform, that is how we can ensure that.
So you're shaking your head at that. What is it that you don't like about what you're saying?
Because he says about people, not working, they're on sickness, they need to be helped to get back into work. Yeah. It's not just about coaching somebody back into work, which is also going to cost you a lot of money. Yeah. So I don't know where that's coming from. People need to have...
What did this woman here, Fraser Nelson, say? What fucking translation of his words did she understand that made her think that her position was in any way allied with his? I genuinely want to know what she thought he said.
Have surgeries, there need to be doctors who are going to do these surgeries or see people and get it done. Yeah. My daughter does not want to lay in her bed.
I hate to defend the Labour government, but this is the if you're going to get mad at the healthcare sector, like Jeremy Hunt and George Osborne are right there. They're patient zero for this problem. Plenty of bad things the Labour Party are doing, but at the very least, the waiting lists are coming down incredibly slowly, but at least slowly,
And Lansley, let's not forget that prick.
True. Lansley too, and obviously Steve Barclay was the one who let the waiting lists balloon by refusing to negotiate with striking medical professionals. If there was one thing,
and the plethora of Tory prime ministers there were as well, all of them.
If there's one thing that you should definitely be at least giving Labour the benefit of the doubt on until they've been in power for a while, it's the mess of the NHS that they've inherited. Right? I don't like their plans. I don't like the privatisation, and I think that they're not doing enough to tax the rich to properly increase NHS inventory or breaking the fiscal rules for more capital spending. Plenty of misgivings with Labour's plan to fix the NHS, but the current broken state of the NHS is not Labour's fault. That is the Conservatives' fault.
Just rotting away and causing other problems, more long-term
And again,
sick.
I don't want to let people escape. It's also the Lib Dems.
True, the Lib Dem accomplices. They're the actual Tory enablers.
Yes.
And you're just talking about, where's this extra money coming from? These people that are going to find these magic jobs and make the adaptations, which didn't happen for me.
No.
It was horrendous.
We have put the extra 26 billion into the health service to get those waiting lists down and get people like your daughter...
Can't even find a doctor to do it.
And to provide more doctors and GPs and get the operations those people need. And it's worth investing a billion more in getting people into work.
And again, it's fine to be angry that there aren't the specialists necessary in these conditions to fix the problem. But I will point out again, the biggest brain drain that we had of medical professionals was because of shitty pay in the NHS, because of the fact that the previous Conservative government weren't negotiating with doctors. They were fucking off to Australia. Again, you can poke holes in Labour strategy all you want, but you didn't get seen under a Tory government because of Tory approaches to the NHS and because of the fact that they refused to negotiate. At the very least, Labour came into government and struck a deal, not a great deal, but at least a deal to stop those strikes.
Yeah.
Because over the long term, it reduces the cost of the benefits they would be getting.
We'll
but
see.
even if we had unlimited money, this is the right thing to do,
We'll
because
see.
you cannot write off a generation. You cannot write
But
off
you
one
have.
day young people.
Even if we had unlimited money, that's so perfect for the Labour Party. Even if we had unlimited money, we'd still run an absolutely disgusting system where we wouldn't allow people to live in dignity. Amazing.
The problem is your reforms,
spend
Steve,
their
just,
life on benefits
they
and out of
won't
work.
really achieve that. I mean, one of the things that was missing from the reforms this last week was how many people are actually going to be helped by this, and because what I was hoping, and we'd had all the trails coming up to it, they were going to have some really bold reforms from you guys, because it's so important. I really want you guys in government to succeed at that, and you didn't come up with anything really substantial.
That the OBR are going to come up with those figures next week for the spring statement. But you're saying we should have done something different or gone further. You had 14 years and you did nothing. We inherited this mess from you.
Kids. You're both awful.
Yeah.
Right? You both fucking suck. The current government, in their plans, are taking $5 billion away explicitly from the sick and disabled. And your response and first of all, the previous plans were so dog shit that the consultation that you tried to put out was found to be illegal under judicial review because you lied to the people who you were consulting that it was to do with the welfare of the disabled and not penny pinching, which is what it was found to be penny pinching. And then the plans that you were going to put in place anyway were £12 billion of cuts rather than £5 billion of cuts. You know, you can't come here and say that you wanted there to be bolder reforms. When you mean bold, you mean more fucking democide, you know?
Yeah.
You're both awful. You're both monsters. You both suck.
You don't need to argue over which one of you is the biggest piece of vermin. You're both atrocious scum.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of you are monsters.
Because of the Conservative Party.
No,
but
that's
we're
all right.
fixing the mess that you left us with.
I do agree with that point, though. I do wish that you were more bold. And I do understand cutting welfare is a hard subject for the Labour Party. And you're coming to government and all these numbers went up during COVID and didn't go down again, and maybe you have to do something about it. But nonetheless, I think Labour's been hamstrung by its own fiscal rules around debt, around not raising taxes on working people. And I wish you were more radical. The NHS is broken and school funding is broken and the courts are broken and transport is broken and Thames Water is broken. And I wish... Who here with a show of hands wishes the government was more radical than it is at the moment? Which is basically everybody.
Yeah. This is Reading as well. It's not like... If a revolution happened, this would be the last place it would reach.
Literally, absolutely. They'll be the last fucking holdouts. You know,
yeah.
Just every single time we say, I wish the government was more radical, and it's like, here's a radical option, it's communism. Oh, just like
I didn't realise the people of Reading was so anti-Semitic.
Oh, why didn't you vote for Jeremy Corbyn? Why?
Yeah, that's a very easy question to ask, and lots of people have a different interpretation.
Because they were told by the people around that table that he was a Nazi.
What that actually means. So let's not get too carried away, Richard, though I like your style. Greg, let me bring you in.
Yeah, look, I think it's important to differentiate between the safety net.
Why even go to this cunt? Leave. You've had your Trump question, now fuck off.
Yeah, fucking Donald Trump came into government and immediately spiraled child poverty out of control.
Ridiculous.
Which is important. And I don't know what that right number is. Is it 10%? Is it 20%? I don't know, but I know it's not 52%, which is the number of people in the United Kingdom that are reliant on the state for their livelihood. So I'm not sure how to fix that, but I know the two.
Yeah, what the fuck? Where's he getting that stat from?
That's a total lie. So that was published by the Telegraph in one of their public spending too high scare quotes articles. So their number was 52% take more out of the exchequer than they put in, which is of course basic statistics, because that's like 50%, because of course you have to be above and below that, right? Which just obviously means that the tax system is quite progressive. But they also included like every single amount of public spending, like anyone who uses access to any universal public service like education or the NHS, because that's part of public spending. And on top of that, We have millions of pensioners.
Yeah.
Like, and it's fine. It's good. We should be having a pension system that provides for these people. But to, again, try and put them into a category, which he is essentially trying to create here, and what the Telegraph were trying to create also, which is the useless eater category, because the Telegraph is a fucking fascist paper at this point. Like, it's just wall-to-wall fascist kind of dog whistles in that paper, and he's a Republican, so he's also one. Is to essentially say, well, if you are more reliant on the state than you provide to the state, you are the people, you are the scrounger, you are the useless eater, you are the one who is dependent, which is monstrous because this man is a monster, and so is every single person who voted Republican.
Yeah. You know who also relies on sucking the blood of other people? Vampires. Which I mentioned for no reason. Just saying.
Either increase the welfare state, the transfer payments, which is bad for the economy and unsustainable, or liberate
lies
and get people back to work. Bill Clinton in 1994 did this in America. It was hugely successful for many of the issues that Steve brought up: self-esteem, confidence.
Wow, he really likes rapists. Trump, Clinton. Is there any rapist this man doesn't admire? Really?
On top of that, it's just very funny, like Democrats at the last election going, yeah, no, we want to stop Trump and we want to stop the Republicans, but also we're going to roll out Bill Clinton to go into Michigan and talk about Judea and Samaria, who is also a rapist and who Republicans also praise for his welfare reforms. You know, it's not a good look, is it?
And the only reason that they can't mention the Trump-Epstein link, because if they do, they'll go, ooh, Old Faithful, Bill Clinton likes Epstein too.
Which is funny as a leftist. People say to you, well, if you're going to arrest Donald Trump for being on the flight logs with Epstein, surely you've got to arrest Bill Clinton. Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Absolutely.
No, yeah.
Heart that motherfucker off. I will pay for the fucking prison truck.
Yeah, your conditions are acceptable to me. Yes.
It's better.
I am an equal opportunities despiser of child rapists. Yes.
For society, but the two greatest reductions in poverty in American history were in 1964 with LBJ and 2019 with President Trump. Now, LBJ did it by transfer payments and creating.
Also, the British public don't know who LBJ is.
Also, that's also wrong. It was during the fucking New Deal.
Yeah, that is also true. Yeah.
Of welfare dependency, which I think both of you guys mentioned. And President Trump did it by liberating the economy, liberating the energy sector, creating job growth, wage growth, and all the demographics that people always talk about, all the identity groups, all did so much better than the traditional identity groups.
But
so
you lost
for liberate.
Traditional identity group means white people.
But also, you know, I mean, he means black people. Well, their line that they always go with is black people were better under like Trump, blacks for Trump, right?
That's what he said. He said the ethnic minority groups that people always talk about did really well compared to the traditional ethnic groups. So he means
right, yeah.
So that by traditional he means white people.
Yeah, very true. The traditional, even though the traditional ethnicity is not white,
No,
white
it's
people
like,
are
it's native First Nations people. Christopher Columbus did not discover anything apart from he discovered he's really bad at navigating the globe.
Sorry, thank you, Jim Clark. LBJ is a Spanish language porn star.
Hey. I call it that one from I forget what show it was. Anyway, Lee Mack is just how they describe a computer in France.
Lee Mack. Also, thank you. It's also worth pointing out as well. When he says the poverty went down, well, actually, people kept losing jobs in the Rust Belt, like the Trump heartland.
Yeah.
And of course, it's been pointed out, like the best way of actually reducing poverty in the United States was the child poverty with the child tax credit, which was blocked by the Republicans being extended, as Ben points out.
Rating, and I think I guess I'm with all of you.
Yeah.
Bigger is better right now.
And that should be, the Labour Party should be saying we're going to cut the cost of this by moving people from benefits back into work. Yeah. But what we've had this week, but what you've said, you've given us how much money you're going to save, £5 billion, taking all the money from benefits. You haven't given any indication of how many people you expect to move back into work, or even if you expect this number to go up or to go down. We
You're
don't
going to get
know
that from the OBR next week.
Well, no, but you managed to get the
That's
money.
the
I don't know
normal
why
way
you
it's
didn't manage
done.
to get the. You could have
It's a
done
big
both.
announcement.
Well, because we
could
have to
have
get
the numbers.
the OBR to sign it off for the spring
You
statement.
got,
But it won't be
they
there.
had to
It'll be
sign off
there.
the money
You'll see it
too.
next
I'm
week.
just saying, this is the missing part of the argument. It's the human aspect of this. You're very big on the money, you're very big in the savings, you're not so big on the actual people. And that's where Labour of all parties should
But
be.
it's all about people. It's all about giving people the chance to live a life.
What you're
with
actually
dignity.
doing is you're achieving frightening people. I mean, I'm hearing from disabled people, from my constituents, for instance, as well as disability groups, saying how frightened they are.
Fuck right off. Don't you fucking dare, as a Tory shadow minister, feign concern over the interests of the disabled. Eat my fucking asshole.
She's literally...
Actually fuck off.
Can we not scare people? Can we just impoverish them without giving them any warning, please? Actually.
They wanted to do more than double the number of cutbacks.
Yeah, but they
wanted
weren't going to tell them ahead of time. They were going to ambush the poor. That's what you need to do. Yeah.
The Conservatives violated the human rights of disabled. 330,000.
But only in limited and specific ways. So it's fine.
It's incredible, absolutely incredible. Any one of the three slugs to come out here and try and feign concern for the disabled. Like, I should be angry. I'm just kind of speechless.
Yeah, no, it is gross. It is extremely gross. And the Conservative Party with red rosettes can't say anything in return because they're literally just doing the same fucking thing.
Yeah, there's no alternative.
Yeah.
About what you're doing, yet you're also not actually making the scale of savings that the country needs and getting enough people who are going to be off benefits into work, who can work. And I say to the lady over here, I completely understand that there are people who really want to work, but because of their disabilities, actually it's incredibly hard and it's not something they can do at the moment. What they want is to find a way to do it. That's what the government needs to be doing, and I just didn't hear it from you this week.
All right.
Shouldn't have fucked the healthcare service.
Detail about this next.
Yeah, you really oughtn't to fuck the entire country. Would have been good.
Maybe don't have the longest sustained reduction in healthcare spending as a percentage of GDP from 2010 until 2019. You did that. That woman who you are trying to empathise with in the front row of the audience has a daughter whose life is completely fucked up because of choices you made when you were in government on NHS spending. That's you. You did that. How dare you? How honestly dare you try and pretend to be empathetic to the people who your governments destroyed the lives of directly, maliciously.
Honestly, the question arises in my head, I don't know how these people can show their face in public, but if they were capable of shame, they'd have never joined the Conservative Party in the first place.
Very, very true. An excellent point, well made.
Next week in the spring statement, I suspect we may come back to this subject. We shall see. Let's take another question now, which is something that a lot of people have been talking about, and we've got a lot of questions about it tonight, from Jane Turner. There you are.
With the Netflix drama Adolescence and Gareth Southgate recently talking about toxic influencers, what can be done to help our young people?
So for those who've not seen it, or seen the drama, or heard Gareth Southgate's Dimbleby lecture, I think it was, what they were both addressing was the issue of...
It was actually relatively good. I wasn't even aware this had taken place until Curtis said, "Oh yeah, we're going to talk about the Gareth Southgate thing," and I was like, "What fucking Gareth Southgate thing?" So like an hour before the show, I had to watch the thing.
Well, because the thing is, right? You have a mortgage, right, Kev?
Well, much like certain members of the government, yes, I do.
You do have a mortgage. I am a homeowner, and you know how we both managed to do this? Because neither of us have Netflix. That's why I'm not watching. That's why I have a house, and you're watching Adolescence. That apparently that's what somebody on the street told me.
I haven't watched Adolescence. I was talking about fucking Gareth Southgate, but yeah. Okay. But it's the same, I think, basic point. I haven't seen the Adolescence show, although I did see that the right wing are up in arms because apparently it portrays a white kid as being bad. So that's racist or something. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, there's a really powerful clip actually put out by Ollie Dugmore from Politics Show today. So obviously you'll see conservative influences. They bang on about the abandonment of the white working class. The same white working class that they were decrying as chavs and yobbos and hug a hoodie, right, shit, all the way through from 2000 until 2018 or whatever, or till 2016 until woke started or whatever. They were demonizing the white working class as being feckless chavs, real kind of classist bullshit. And then as soon as as soon as things change around and people start caring about like black people or brown people, suddenly they pivoted and they were the salt of the earth abandoned by the woke identitarian leftists or whatever, and suddenly they feigned concern about the white working class when all that was they try and drive their racist narratives because they thought we care too much about anti-racism to care about this group. So they didn't care about the white working class, but they just cared about the white part. Yeah. And now we know that it's entire artifice to provide cover for their conservative and racist grift. Because as soon as we actually have depictions of the reality of working class communities that are full of white people, in predominantly white areas in the northwest, in the northeast, for example, in the West Midlands, very white areas with, not Birmingham, but like lots of other places in West Midlands are quite white in the post-industrial satellite towns, And
we're 100% Muslim, yeah.
In Birmingham is mostly Muslim. It's a no-go area. It's from right here, from Fox News. But these were the communities. If we look, there's a lot of white working class people here that were fucked by the deindustrialization policy and the Thatcherite policy that these motherfuckers pushed. Yeah. And they are the ones who are seeing reductions in living standards, who their communities have been destroyed and they have very few opportunities. They're the ones who are turning to crime because of material conditions, and these are material conditions that are downwind of conservative policy. So it's the height of hypocrisy for these people to feign concern for these people, and to also get mad at depictions of these people turning to crime as a result of the economic conditions that they were subjected to by conservatism. It's so nakedly self-serving and disgusting, quite frankly.
Yeah. Now, in addition to that, the thing I'm about to say is not even really a criticism of Gareth Southgate as such, because he's just a lib, so he's doing it innocently. But I think this is true of a lot of people in the media. During his the Dimbleby lecture he gave, which is actually quite good in its own way, it's a little bit kind of occasionally borders towards the incel-y at times, but not badly or anything. It's just a bit whiny. But it's he talks a lot about the young men being left behind and all this kind of stuff, and he goes on about there are lack of activities for young men, the lack of youth centres and opportunities and economic possibilities, and then unironically cites the Centre for Social Justice, the nicely named but ultimately evil organisation partly founded by Ian Duncan Smith, who is the very reason that we don't have any of those support structures for young men in the first place, because of the evil cuts that he did and the democide he did during his time at the DWP.
Yep, very true. It's incredible that he's managed to rebrand himself after being the butcher, and also we have legal protection. Because was it somebody directly called Ian Duncan Smith scum, and he tried to take them to court for defamation, and he was found that this was legitimate. You
can call him scum, yes. Yeah.
You can legally call Ian Duncan Smith scum.
Yeah. What was it again? I think was it? Oh fucking hell! David Irving, wasn't it? Who tried to take someone to court for calling him a Nazi, and the court found that his views were so similar to the Nazis that legally you can call him a Nazi. So literally, he was the only person on earth who you can legally call a Nazi without any repercussions, which is nice.
There you go. Here's the Guardian reporting: reasonable for protesters to call Ian Duncan Smith Tory scum. Court rules
because he
High Court rejects attempt to overturn acquittal of 2 protesters who made remarks outside 2021 Tory conference.
Because it's just an accurate description. It's just what he is. Yeah.
That's what it was, right? Lords Justice Popplewell and Justice Fordham said no Fulton law was made by a senior district judge last November in finding Ruth Wood and Radical Haslam. Wow, what a fucking incredible name! Not just any Haslam, Radical Haslam.
That sounds like someone's Muslimic ray gunned the phrase radical Islam.
Literally, I mean, this reminds me of the GIF. It's like a guy in Middle Eastern garb on a skateboard and just goes radical Islam.
Yeah, you got all these Islamic ray guns and the Islamic infidel and the radical Haslam.
A radical Haslam. But yes, they were found not guilty of using threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behaviour with intent. The use of Tory scum was to highlight the policies of Duncan Smith, and that was relevant to the reasonableness of the conduct in relation to the rights of freedom of expression and assembly. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, I'm also calling him a butcher, but only in reference to his policies.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting he actually sells slices of meat.
No, I'm just saying that he made policies when he was a minister of the government, and those policies killed people.
Yeah, he metaphorically covered his... Whereas actual butchers do a good job.
They are important parts of society.
Indeed.
Young men and boys, toxic influences upon them, predominantly from social media, leading to crime, to extreme misogyny, and also being out of work in many instances as well. Richard, what can be done to help our young people?
It's an incredibly difficult subject. The show is incredible. It's now the biggest television show in the world, and in some ways the fact there's a British northern working class television show that's travelled around the world is a wonderful thing. The point it's making is really important. Gareth Southgate's speech was wonderful. He's a very emotionally intelligent person. I don't think that many young people see the Richard Dimbleby lecture, and reaching them is really difficult. I've got a 13-year-old son. And this is a frightening time. The iPhone only came out in 2007, the App Store in 2008. You look at the span of human existence, we still don't understand what these things are doing. The fact now that your kid can have a direct line to Andrew Tate and people like that who are basically...
It's the phones.
Literally, you're saying, we've got this great, we've got this show. Sorry, my camera's gone slow. 1 second. There we go. So you've got you start off your point by saying we've got this northern working class show that's worldwide and this is a great thing. And instead of talking about the material conditions of what it's like living in northern England, you think, oh, it's phones. It's the phones, but too much. And I'm just like, oh my God, the peak lib shit. Peak lib shit.
I was about to say, yeah, like it sounded like he was going to make a good point because he was going on about being an emotionally mature man and all of this sort of stuff. I was like, okay, he's going to make maybe a nuanced point about no, it's the phones.
Literally, and again, the problem is
why not blame the rap music and the video games?
That's essentially where it's coming from, and there's a reasonable point to be made about the incentives of the private companies who release these applications and the way in which that they train their algorithms to breed bad behavior by incentivizing engagement and driving engagement, right? Loads of reasonable points to be able to make. But people are only susceptible to these things because of problems elsewhere, which are the result of material conditions, which again are directly the fault of George Osborne and of Margaret Thatcher. Those are the two patient zeros for all of these things, of course, because it's the No Justice MTG stream and we blame George Osborne for everything.
And rightly so. He is basically Satan.
Terrorists against women. That is actually happening, and that is what adolescence is about. And I suppose the more I think about it, the more I wonder if we should treat smartphones like cigarettes and just say, actually...
Oh, no, they're more like heroin. We should treat them like heroin and lock people up for having them.
I wish I could find this funny, but this is such an important subject, and reducing it down to there's too many smartphones, like, it's so tilting.
It's an important subject, but shitlibs being annoying, useless idiots is always funny.
I mean, that is very true. It's just the important thing here is that, again, stripping back of the public realm, the ending of Sure youth centres being closed, sold off. £15 billion of public assets owned by local authorities sold off to private equity firms and giant fucking multinational corporations that were friends with the Conservative Party. Again, just all of the problems, the part and parcel of the austerity drive under George Osborne, the shredding of the public realm, the pushing of the idea that greed is good under the paradigm economically that we've lived under since 1979. This was explicit point of Thatcher. She said, the method is economics, but the goal is to change the soul. And we're wondering why we have this group, this demographic full of people who believe that the only thing that matters is your own personal success. And that means if you're not successful, that's your own personal failure. And we wonder why people have mental health problems. Yeah. There's so many things wrong about the broad structure of our economy that trying to narrow things down to the technological platform with which that these grifty influencers are reaching men on as the patient zero rather than as a symptom, it's so dangerous to completely collapsed the narrative down to be so small fry in comparison to the big kind of society-wide problem that it is.
Indeed. Also, I'm wondering why a man who was fired for taking cocaine chose, when he was thinking this needs to be treated as an addictive, dangerous, unhealthy practice, cigarettes rather than some other substance that you could have named in that place, Richard.
True. Also interesting, Bunchart points out correctly, but Ben's going all the hot takes today. It's really good that Andrew Tate isn't even that big, and he's not even popular in the UK. He isn't. He's popular in the US, he's very hugely popular in the US, but in the UK he's not that popular.
And
I think there's like triple the number of young men have a negative than positive opinion of him.
Yeah, he really isn't that big. We've all seen that picture of him in the Speedos, king of the tuck. Unbelievable. Oof.
So, I mean, I'm going to say my theory again. I genuinely think the reason why, I mean, we have a problem with the macroeconomy for men, and that's causing problems. But, the reason why we've not seen this growth of this really kind of toxic right-wing movement that we've seen, this far-right resurgence amongst young men in the UK, is because we have the side men. Like, the young men in the UK have our popular influences aren't wankers. I mean,
well, they are.
Has his faults.
They are kind of wankers, but not Andrew Tate level, no.
Yeah, it's not Andrew Tate. It's not Logan Paul or all of those kind of people.
Yeah, true.
They should be illegal until you're 16.
What did I say about Reading? What did I fucking tell you? The most middle class, drippy place in the country.
Which, of course, is something that Australia is.
And when I say drippy, I don't mean that in the young sense of dressed well. I mean, like, they're a drip.
Is going to implement. Quite how they're going to do it, I'm not sure, but that's what they've said they are going to do. Fraser.
I'm not sure that technology is the whole of the problem here. I mean, we look at Gareth Southgate's speech. He was pointing out how many...
Wow, I wonder what the editor of a newspaper that published articles like In Defense of the Wehrmacht is going to say about toxic influences.
Not even in defense, in praise of the Wehrmacht.
Sorry, in praise, apologies, yes, yeah. I wonder what he's going to say about toxic influences from the mass media.
I wonder if he's going to say it's because the lefties went too far.
Yeah,
that's my bet.
We allowed transes to exist. Is there any wonder the white man struck back?
Yeah, Bahar Mustafa at the University of Warwick put a kill all cis men sign up on a door as a joke, and that is why men are upset now.
Yeah.
Kids now grow up without any male role models in their lives. Something like
this
1 in
isn't true.
5 British kids.
This just isn't true that people don't have the male role models. Like, there are plenty of male role models around. There are loads of them.
I tell you, a great role model, although I hate him because he now plays on loan at Aston Villa, who are scum. But Marcus Rashford, working class young man, came from poverty, worked his way up, became an international football player and a multi-millionaire, and didn't rest on his laurels. He then used the opportunity to give back to his community. He fed kids up and down the country when the government wouldn't do so. And Fraser Nelson and his people demonised him.
They did indeed. And importantly, he didn't just feed them himself. He also pushed for national change to do it as well, right? He was firing on both cylinders. I will also feed them, but it's also bad that the government isn't doing so. Like, he wasn't trying to put himself as some kind of saint that was doing charity. He was like, this is the role of the government. I will do it in their stead, but I shouldn't have to do this. You shouldn't be relying on my personal...
Yeah, it's disgusting that it's such an indictment of the failure of the system that we're relying on Premier League footballers, fucking professional footballers, to feed our children.
Yeah, you shouldn't be relying on my generosity to get fed. This should be the role of the state. But I will do it if they won't.
Yeah. And because he was, A, an uppity black man, and B, was attacking conservative policy, they demonised him as a piece of shit, even though he is the very rags-to-riches success story of capitalism that they should be lauding, surely.
And even then, like, there's like other people, like Gareth Southgate, Jurgen Klopp, people like that. People I think are good role models. Akala, he's always the person I go to as being the ideal male role model. I think that he's somebody who is humble, who's been successful, but doesn't, again, rest on his laurels, who's talented and knowledgeable and humble. Like, I really... if you ever wanted there to be a perfect male role model, I think Akala is the one.
Yeah, there are great people out there. It's just that, I mean, these people, when they say they want good role models, they basically want the pretend version of reality that the Roman statue Abbey people on Twitter have of the 1950s man. It's that's what they want as the ideal role model, because that's the society they pretend they want.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, the good people, as you say, just like Marcus Rashford, they get demonized. So even fucking Gareth Southgate got the shit ripped out of him on nationally. It's terrible.
Yeah, exactly. Gareth Southgate, a man who's lived his life in the most positive and like squeaky clean way possible, but he was against racism, and he wore a slightly silly little waistcoat, so he needed to be knocked down a peg or two.
Now grows up without a father, and that's a pretty big...
Wow, I wonder if that could have anything to do with the mass incarceration that people like you have been pushing for years and years, which predominantly affects men, and therefore leads to poorer kids not having fathers around so much. Fraser.
Big average figure, but it's a bit misleading, because it's very... I mean, we suffer in this country from
also,
distribution.
You prick, I mentioned it as a joke at the start, but it is true. He went on that trigonometry podcast and wouldn't even defend his own fucking kids, right? You're not even a good role model to your own children. Shut the fuck up. You know they're going to grow up and see that one day, Fraser. And I hope they piss on your fucking grave.
If you want to put it that way. You can look at the census data, and for those at the top, 95% of kids got a father at home. When you go to the other end of the social spectrum, it's closer to 30%. Now, you are getting a situation, as Gareth Southgate says, where we're not getting people in clubs and societies anymore. Sometimes you can go into a school where the only male figure you see is the janitor. And in that environment,
Oh no, a hard-working, diligent, upstanding member of the community that does something that, without them, the school couldn't function. Oh no,
and also,
how terrible. A working-class person as a role model. Disgusting.
Is he trying to imply that there are no male teachers as well? Come the fuck on. Fuck off. Like, the head of the NEU is a fucking man. That's an insane statement to make. That the only man that you look up to at school is the janitor because there are no male teachers anymore. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, get fucked, Fraser Nelson.
And also, very good
cunt.
point. Yeah, which party cut funding for youth centres and for after-school sports programmes at state schools? I wonder who.
Well, yeah, that was the point I was making. Yeah, the Tory cuts are the reason that you don't have these other spaces.
Mm.
You do have to wonder, if these kids are growing up, who can be in their lives. So this is a social thing. Of course, we do know that the smartphone is always there. But
he let the game away. He's like, it's a social. It's definitely a social thing. It's 100% a social thing. Let's not talk about the economics. We can't touch the economics at all, because then we might actually have to understand that my ideology fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Is a symptom of something. I mean, you could take him away, put him in jail, whatever. There'd still be lots of other people like him. You'd still have the problem, which is that a lot of kids just want direction. They're, the Centre for Social Justice recently did a report about gangs, and the title of that report was "Dying to Belong."
The Centre for Social Justice again. Is there any is this the only fucking organisation that does anything anymore?
Well, no, because all of the left-wing think tanks have had to disband because all their members are now Labour MPs.
True. Although they stopped being left-wing the second they became MPs. Curious.
Weird.
But they do have a mortgage to pay, so you can't blame them, really.
The point was over the kids join the gangs for a sense of belonging, and that's what's kind of going wrong. It's been going
wow,
no,
okay.
no. Oh, God almighty, this is well established. It's not just a place to belong. It's I forget the exact name of it, and it's so annoying. It's to do with being able to build an alternative way forward, right? So in a normal society where you have a functioning economy, people have pathways they can go down for career advancement, for economic steps forward, all the rest of it, right? They can provide for their families. In situations where that isn't available, like for working class people today, they create their own version of it. It's similar to the way in which the Italian mafia got started. They were blocked out of the normal trades because of the guilds, so they created crime business instead. And it gave them the same opportunities, but in illegal and dangerous ways, because they were forced to. That's what you create. And Conservative policy is the very reason that these people have to go down those alternative routes.
Yeah, no youth clubs, no sports clubs, no provision for people who have to go to state education to have anything else, any extracurricular availability. All of that got slashed in the name of ensuring that the private sector could have some nicer champagne.
Yeah, absolutely.
About 20, 25 years now. So I think, technology aside, there is something happening in our society, something that's happened in the last 20 or 30 years.
So, but the question is, what can be done to help our young people? So if you're saying putting social media aside,
I think government could do a lot more to help families, really. I think the tax system could be made a lot more beneficial to try to keep two-parent families together. Right now, quite often it undermines them. The Conservative government...
You know what undermines successful marriages more than anything? Financial instability! So it's not a matter of just having minor tax breaks. It's don't drive working class families into absolute fucking penury, you monsters.
And also have communities that exist, which we don't have now, because communities can never be formed because you get passed from pillar to post between fucking monster slumlords who will kick you out because they want to sell their property on or move their family in. So communities never form because there is no stability in terms of housing to keep families in the same place for a reasonable amount of time. That's what council estates existed to be. The council housing system created communities which were cross-class because it wasn't just the poorest who had them, because we had enough council housing for half the fucking country to live in. And that all got sold off to in the hands now, basically all of landlords, which means that you can't actually form a community and know your neighbours anymore, because they won't be a neighbour in 6 months' time when fucking Mr. Moneybags, the monopoly man who owns all the properties on the row, decides to flog half of them to a private equity company because they're moving to Gibraltar.
Yeah.
Tried that for a bit, but then we lost interest, things have gone away. I don't think this government's got much of a pro-family agenda, but I do think that a family is the kind of the first, the best and the cheapest source of health, wealth and education. It is something which governments can transform it, but government can erode it. Governments should stop eroding it in the tax system.
It's a slow process to make that.
Slow, you're right. We're talking about changing society. There's no button anybody can press to make this better, but you can stop making it worse.
just in case any of you watching at home aren't aware who Andrew Tate is, because the second time has been mentioned now. So Andrew Tate and his brother, they have a big following of millions, I think, on social media, and they were arrested in Romania a couple of years ago, accused of human trafficking and rape. They're also charged with rape and human trafficking here in the UK. They've recently just arrived in Florida, where they've been welcomed.
Where they're now being investigated for, let me check. Human trafficking and rape. Okay.
Yeah. Even Ron DeSanctimonious finds the Tate brothers appalling.
There's a new one now. Tate came up with it. It's very clever. Ron de Stalin.
It's not even a pun.
It's not a pun. It doesn't work at all. Terrible. Fucking awful. It's almost like he's literally a moron.
By the United States.
Essentially by Trump, really.
Well, let's come on to that. There's a man at the back in the blue shirt.
So you mentioned how smartphones should be illegal potentially. I don't think that's technically a good idea. I think that technology is always improving and growing, and I think it's important at a young age.
Yeah, people have said this always. There were literally people who, when daguerreotype printing came in, which basically allowed for the mass production of printed texts, that this was going to fuck society up. When radios came in, this was going to fuck things up. Mass fucking communication via newspapers was going to fuck society up. Televisions were going to fuck society up. Video games, metal music. Like, it's just the same fear-mongering repackaged by idiots. You know what was also true? This is genuinely true. During the Victorian era, people were convinced that electrified lighting would execute people via electrocutions in the street randomly. There was a big scare campaign in the 1880s, I think it was, as electrification came through, that this was going to kill loads of people. Because the thing is, there are some people who are like, they have the kind of skittishness of a horse. They're scared by fucking everything.
Also, just in general, like, they are letting a group of people here get away scot-free. They are blaming all of the wonderful engineers and scientists that went into the innovations that created the technology that the smartphone relies on, and then blaming the physical thing as if that's the problem, and letting the corporate wankers, the absolute kind of misanthropic monsters who build the social media companies that create the algorithms that train people to become doom scrolling automatons, and letting these people get away scot-free, because all we're doing is going phones but too much, rather than examining the material basis for the reason why these companies do these things, which is the profit motive, of course. It's the profit motive that's the problem. It is the desire to keep you engaged, to target adverts, to colonize your time. So that's how Bo Burnham described it, right? We've colonized all of the land, so we need to colonize people's time, because that's what the relevant metric is when you're targeting adverts at people, They keep people addicted to smartphone use. It's not because smartphones as a concept are addicting, it's because that's how the social media algorithms have trained you to get addicted to them, so that they can target adverts at you, and that's the material incentive of capitalism.
Yeah, to quote Bo Burnham, was it a little bit of everything all of the time? Apathy is a tragedy and boredom is a crime.
Quite literally so, and that's why he made the point, was that there's a reason why Zoomer humor is so detached and misanthropic and weird, because they know the world is dead. They know it's all post-ironic. They know nothing means anything anymore, because their entire world is artifice.
Yeah, again, hypernormalization. Look into it, people. It sums up so much of society now. And also, the algorithms are bad, so if you're watching anything on YouTube or Twitch, you're part of the problem.
I literally did a bit to my chat the other day when I was just like, stop using the YouTube homepage, stop letting Google dictate what you should watch, subscribe to the channels that you want to watch and find them via recommendations from other people, and then if you want to watch YouTube videos, go to your subscriptions tab and find the people who you like watching. Otherwise, you are letting Alphabet, the company, dictate where you watch, because they are the ones trying to algorithmically train you to see what you want to watch and what keeps you engaged the longest, right? Make the subscription feed great again.
Yeah, well, exactly. I would go a step further and say, just watch me, just only watch me, and no justice, but mainly me. That's it. I'm the only one you can trust, chat, and that's not cult behaviour. Leave me alone.
Are exposed to technology and that type of stuff. I'm still fairly young, but throughout my time in secondary school, there wasn't a lot of emphasis on, I guess, emotional intelligence or emotional maturity and learning those kinds of skills. So should schools, and I guess the state, play some part in teaching young boys about emotional intelligence and emotional maturity?
Okay. And the woman there, I think you've got a headband on, I think. Yeah. Yes, the microphone's just above you.
Yeah, to add to that point, do you think that it would be worth integrating classes surrounding media literacy into the curriculum?
True, that is true.
Okay, why is this man cosplaying as Will.i.am?
Well, no, sorry, no. Use his correct name, Will Je suis.
True.
Washed because of the spread of misinformation or disinformation.
Oh, nose ring spotted, pronouns in bio.
Pronouns have arrived.
You can't sneak past me with the half of the face on the camera. I fucking see you.
Also, the problem, of course, is that media training is always important. Nobody gets enough media training.
Yeah.
This is something that
media
actually should be
literacy
in
is
schools,
fucking tragic in this world. It's certainly in the West. I can't speak for the rest of the world, but just look at any comment section talking about Starship Troopers or 1984 by George Unwin. It's just fucking. Oh god, it's tragic. These people
but also
just
regulate.
Don't understand.
But also just regulate. You need to also regulate the companies, right? You can't trust everybody to always be discerning enough because you've given the media training. You also have to regulate the companies that are profiting off of misinformation.
Literally.
Okay, and the woman here in the white top.
Yeah, as a young woman, this topic really worries me because I hear a lot of things from peers, young men sort of slowly saying more misogynistic comments. And I think from what I hear, the issue is a lot of them feel left out in a lot of societal issues. I think there's a lot of emphasis on uplifting groups that have been oppressed for decades, women and ethnic minorities. And I think a lot of young men feel like they're not being addressed, but it's difficult because it's important to uplift those groups, but at the same time, you don't want these these pipelines happening where men descend towards extreme misogyny because they feel like they're being left behind.
Lefties went too far.
Greg,
Too
what
woke.
can be done to help our young people?
Yeah, it's the
Woke
wokes.
went too far.
It's the wokes.
Yeah, I think
I
there's...
mean, because this is an issue in the States as well as
Yeah,
as well
absolutely.
As here.
It's a huge issue, and it goes in many ways back to what Fraser said about the family, and that's something that can't be fixed by government, unfortunately. But
Yeah, so we're now going to have a guy who's here simping for a man who has been married to 3 different women, cheated on all of them, and is guilty of, I think, at least 2 rapes, and probably a lot more, and was friends with
And
Jeffrey
child
Epstein.
rape.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean...
So
like,
yeah,
on
so
top
he's
of
gonna,
this-
but he knows about family values because he's obviously also here as a supporter of Elon Musk, a man with X number of children from Y number of women.
Also saying, oh, well, this can't be fixed by government. It can be fixed by the government stopping putting men in prison,
Yeah.
especially young black men.
Yep.
Maybe.
Yep.
Just thought.
there are ways in the long run to help. And I mentioned welfare reform in the 90s, big help. I mentioned creating this legacy of a breakdown in the family, which is ultimately what happened from the so-called Great Society by Lyndon B. Johnson in 1964. And William Patrick Moynihan wrote a great paper about it, warning about the outcome of welfare dependency. And it was the breakdown, specifically in the black family in America. And that was the
Except,
topic
whoa,
of the paper.
hang on
And
a
I
What
think
the fuck is he, this fucking vampire ghoul rambling on about now?
Welfare dependency breaks up the family. Well, you might have to have a word with all of the Nordic countries who had literally none of these problems with the best welfare states in the world.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Like, oh, we have generous welfare, break up families. Just literally nonsense. Total nonsense. No basis at all.
And, of course, the states in America with the weakest social protections are the ones with highest teen pregnancy, highest double teen pregnancy, highest divorce rates, highest rape and sexual assault rates, highest domestic violence rates.
Highest crime rates.
And, of course, lowest education, all of the rest of it. Brilliant.
So a good point. Also, in the 90s was the crime when the crime bill got passed. With
Super
mandatory minimums.
predators was a phrase that got used by lots of people, including Hillary Clinton. And she can Pokemon Go fuck herself.
that's going to take a generation or two, but we shouldn't ignore it. We shouldn't kick the can down the road.
And do you think it was right? I mean, given that Andrew
Don't
Tate
ask
mentioned
him
a couple of
more
times, do you think it was
questions. Don't ask him questions. He's answered. Move on. He's a fucking idiot.
right for Andrew Tate to be... I mean, he's been welcomed into the States, not by the governor of the state he's arrived in Florida, who's very cross that he's there, but there's certainly been suggestions that the Trump administration was very happy to have Andrew Tate in America.
They fucking coerced the release.
Yeah, exactly.
President Trump pressured the Romanians to release him.
Yeah. Now, he is due to go back in the next, I think, 4 days, was legally the limit. And he said he will, but of course, he's a liar.
Mm.
So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see if the rules-based order holds up, chat. What do you reckon?
Or maybe we'll have the Romania Invasion Act.
Let's go. Well, you know what? I, for one, support Romania's right to invade America and take the fugitive back.
The president wants to reach out to everybody. He's a convicted,
Everybody? Even Andrew Tate?
I mean, he's accused, hang on, let's be clear, he's accused of human trafficking,
I'm not
rape,
defending
and
Andrew
forming a
Tate.
criminal gang to
I'm not
sex
defending-
exploit women.
I'm not defending Andrew Tate. I don't know
And he
much
denies
about...
it all, incidentally.
Let's be clear. What did the president do? He welcomed him to Mar-a-Lago, or
Well, he literally pressured a foreign government to give him release from the country, even though he's a clear and obvious flight risk.
And was literally in
Come to
custody.
Washington.
He was in custody.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
but
no.
Yeah.
President Trump is saying he doesn't know anything about it. There are suggestions, and I'd be delighted if you could enlighten us.
I think I
There are
would know.
suggestions that members of his administration went over to Romania, had conversations about him, and the next thing he's on a flight.
It's a plausible deniability thing, but it's hard to know how the Tate brothers would have got back into America without Trump nodding it through.
I don't know.
He doesn't have to reach out to every...
Well, why are you on this fucking program? Like, you're supposed to be the Trump whisperer, aren't you? That's literally the reason you're on this fucking panel. It's not because of your sterling fucking knowledge of anything else. And it's certainly not because you're a live person who isn't some sort of fucking crypt-dwelling ghoul.
Everybody, Greg.
No, I mean, look, the president is a different kind of politician, and look what he did in his
Exactly.
election.
He's just completely openly pro-rape. Yes. Yeah. Like, previous presidents have been very much pro-rape, but they realise that that's a bad look and try and downplay it. Whereas Trump's just like, no, bring on the rape. Love the rape. Well, he's all about the rape.
Did Joe Rogan. That was a home run for him. He wanted to appeal to young people. And he goes through different channels to do it.
Also, it's amazing to me that Joe Rogan now just lives on, he's fueled entirely by billionaire semen. That's literally what he lives on now. It gives him sustenance. Yeah.
He did very well with young women as well. Not as well as he did with young men. There's no doubt about that. So look, politicians are in the vote-getting business. They're not going to compromise.
Yes, but not at any cost or at the cost of any principle.
Let me finish. I actually said that. Not anybody, but I think the president is looking at new mediums. And let's face it, as much as we dislike it, and I'm all with you. I'd like to eliminate mobile phones for young people. I think the Australians have a great idea. I don't know if it's possible, but in the meantime.
So you're absolutely in favour of no restrictions whatsoever on access to guns, but phones are the problem.
Yeah, literally. They will. I mean, this is the country that banned Kinder eggs. So
Yeah.
They will never ban the guns.
Unbelievable. I'll be honest with you. I'm a little bit more. If I was American, I'd be a lot more scared of people, with guns than I don't know, a nutter going into a school with a phone and phoning people to death. I don't know. Although, to be fair, if they were using the phone as the offensive weapon, the police actually might go in there and try and stop them, rather than just waiting in the hallway checking their texts.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
That's an Uvalde reference.
That is, yes. Like, I love it. Well, what are you going to do when you need the police? Well, not call the police, because what are they going to do? Turn up 7 hours later and shrug? They're not going to fucking do anything for me.
If young people are getting their news from TikTok, then let's do TikTok.
So just so I'm clear what you're saying.
What the fuck is he... Well, as we know, China runs TikTok. Xi Jinping personally sorts the algorithm out. So with the mind-altering fat booty dance routines. Yeah.
Textbook.
Absolutely. Can we get some 13-12s in chat? I'm annoyed about the police as well now. I'm just thinking about Uvalde and thinking, you people are scum.
Saying,
yeah.
I think you make it absolutely clear you don't approve of
no.
any of the things that Andrew Tate is accused of doing, which he denies. I have to say that. But you think it's quite right for someone like President Trump to reach out to people like that?
Yeah. I don't know anything or much about Andrew. I know, of course, know who the Tate brothers are. Okay, I don't know if the president has directly. President Trump, as you just said,
stop talking to him. He doesn't know he doesn't know anything. Why are you asking him questions? He clearly doesn't know anything. Just go, okay, he's an ignorant prick. Moving on.
Know anything about them either. So I don't know
how he does.
No,
is there anything Trump does that you think is wrong? Anything?
This is classic.
No.
This is classic.
I think Greg actually already answered that question. In fairness.
Any criticism? Classic Trump derangement syndrome. What are you talking about, you fucking NPC?
I mean, Trump. I mean, you have positive. You have positive Trump derangement system. You have you love him so silly. You literally refuse to be critical.
Yeah, literally. Like, the question he's asking is very pertinent. Is there anything about Trump that you don't like and wouldn't defend? Because the obvious answer is no. There's nothing he ever would. He rides his dick 24/7. That's it.
Trump derangement syndrome. Trump said a bad word 2 years ago, so now Trump is a misogynist.
Trump is gulagging people with no due process.
Yeah, I don't think he's I don't think he's a misogynist because of the thing he said to you. I think it's because he's a rapist.
Yeah, the kids that he raped.
Yeah, that thing, and the fact that he just, freed a rapist from Romania, and he has rapists in his cabinet. But other than that, he was also friends with Jeffrey Epstein for a long time.
I mean, look.
What do you mean when you talk?
And wants to fuck his own daughter. Let's not forget that.
Not forget an important point.
About grabbing women by the pussy.
Not a good moment, and his numbers went up 3 points. I mean, it's just...
Yeah, his supporters are also misogynists, yes.
I would like to apologise for the Richard Nixon-looking dude.
Shock horror.
Bonk.
Yeah. Thank you, Wayward Historian, with the bitty bits. Much love to you. Unbelievable.
Voters care about their issues, right? In this election, it was the open border and it was the economy and inflation. That's what they care about. They don't. No one's hiring President Trump to be their minister or their daughter's boyfriend.
But he doesn't need to reach out to everybody.
No, but just like many ministers in Christian churches in America, he's also a rapist.
At least he was raping young women. They were raping young boys. So he's different. He's different. It's totally unrelated, the child rape, when it's a different gender, right?
I think that's how it works, yeah.
Okay, come on. Let's bring some other people on the panel here. Helen, what can be done to help our young people? I mean, first of all, do you think some people are describing it as a crisis. Do you think there is a crisis? And if so, what can be done?
So I definitely think there is a problem. I hear it was there's the conversation coming on the woman there expressed it very well, and I know from speaking to women younger than me about the culture that there's a very much a reason to be worried about this. I think one thing is part of the conversation now, how much is smartphones the problem? Actually, I agree with the gentleman up there that there are benefits from technology, and smartphones are part of modern life. I have a 16-year-old son, and so I kind of deal with some of these issues on a day-to-day basis, and I see the benefits and the downsides. One of the things for me is I feel like it's part of a generation of women where we've kind of fought to get where we are in our careers, and that's been...
Have you? Because I don't think you, posho bitch, actually have. You have stumbled, rather, into being given the same access. It was actual feminists who fought for women's rights to, be in Parliament and things like that allowed you to stumble into that position. But stumble you did nonetheless.
You fell upwards. That's what she's done. She's fallen upwards, having been birthed with a private school silver spoon in her mouth, into a very easy move into PPE Oxbridge, into falling into stealing a living for the Conservative Party by parroting the lies of the billionaires who fund it.
Yeah, like literally she has said nothing of worth at all, really, so far?
Ever, in her life.
In her
Since
life,
she was
yeah.
born.
That is
she's never provided anything of value to humanity.
True.
Very much the narrative of most of my life. And then I look at my mum, who was one of only 2 women in her medical school, surrounded by men. So I think, women before us really fought. But now...
Yes, actual feminists fought for the rights of women. You are the recipient of those. You are not a part of that.
Mm.
You are a scandalous betrayal of that.
There's this shift, and young men are growing up in a society where they feel it's all about the women and what about them. And we do have to address
Literally,
that.
at no point has anyone discussed material conditions. We've had smartphones, we've had the families have broken down, and now we've got the wokes have gone too far.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I hate this country. I hate this country. Like, bring Marxism back into the classroom. Yeah, if we're going to fix any of these problems, it's get some sociology teachers in so they can teach some Marxism.
Yeah.
I agree with Fraser on some of the points he made about the role of dads and families, and it has to be a problem that there are so many boys growing up without male.
That's fair enough. Did you ever ask your former boss Boris Johnson how many children he had? Because, it's important that they have dads in their lives. And part of that would be literally accepting that they were indeed the father of their own children. Moving on.
Role models in their lives, and without a father who's looking out for them, showing an example by working. I think we don't have the answers, but we have to have a conversation about it, treat it very seriously, and work out how we can make sure that young men don't go to Andrew Tate as their role model of what it is to be a man.
And we have to say, Okay, we've mentioned Andrew Tate one hell of a lot. There are lots of other people out there who are spouting all sorts of stuff, including misogyny and.
It would also be good if we didn't have members of parliament that don't ever visit their constituency that, you know, use quote unquote news from Andrew Tate in order to help spur a false narrative that starts a pogrom.
Also would be something that we could do without.
Yeah.
Some really vile stuff against women.
Well, there's a lot of very harmful material online advocating extreme abuse of women, and the Online Safety Act that we've just taken through Parliament gives us more power to take that down. I think that's helpful.
I don't think quite enough. I mean, I listened to Peter Kyle, who's in charge of technology for the government. He was saying, actually, what we wanted to do was do more with the online harm, but we just weren't able to do it.
Well, I think it's an evolving situation. We need to keep looking at what more powers we need because technology is evolving so quickly. But I do agree with Gareth Southgate's point about role models. I'm not going to blame lone parents. I don't think that's the problem. I think the issue is you've got a lot of young boys growing up who feel they don't have positive role models in their life from anywhere. And I've seen projects, voluntary sector projects in the community where I represent in South London, but elsewhere too, where men get involved in projects to mentor boys whose lives are going off the rails. And I spoke to one young man who was in his early 20s by this point, but his...
So this is the least shit thing I've heard so far, and is the closest thing to like a left-wing opinion I think that I've heard about the problem with this issue, and it's basically David Cameron's big society stuff. Yeah. It is, don't worry about the public realm, don't worry about material conditions, don't worry about the state of employment and the state of the economy and the state of the country and the problems with austerity. Don't worry about any of these things. Charities will solve the problem through mentoring. We will absolve the state of the role in fixing this problem and palm it off onto private charities to do the issues. And this is coming from the man representing the party founded by the trade unions, which are the actual route towards creating role models in a community for everybody, men and women, to be able to build better societies and to create these connections with people that people are missing in a world that's entirely online and everything's been individualized, you know? Yep. And this is the man supposed to be representing these unions talking about fucking charity work, which is fine. It's better than nothing. It's better than everything. It's better than everything that anyone else has said here, and it's still shit.
It's still absolutely awful, yes.
His life had gone so bad that he'd got involved in a gang. He'd spent time in a youth offending institute. Now he was in his 20s. He'd stopped behaving in that way, and because he'd got involved in one of these projects.
So how can government create or maybe it's not for government, but hang on, this is about answers. It's about answers here. Yeah. Is there anything that government can do, and maybe you feel there isn't, to foster more of those kind of groups?
He told me the answer. He said what he needed was when he was at that critical point in his teenage life, he needed somebody to put an arm around his shoulder and lead him back towards a safer path in life. The state can't provide love, people provide love. And
there you go. The state has no role in any of it. You're just the Conservative Party.
Literally, there was nobody at all providing the real answer to this question of anybody on the panel at all. Or in the audience. Literally nobody in the entire conversation talks about anything in terms of the role of economics at all.
Yeah. Ironically, with that last sentence, I think he slips below Richard Bacon, and Richard Bacon's answer of mobile phones is probably the best.
Wow.
Yeah. Which, I mean, isn't even damning with faint praise, because it's not praise. It's just damning.
And the way to do it is to look at some of those voluntary sector projects and what more we can do to support them, because they've got that human relationship with these young boys whose lives are going off the rail, and I've seen it work.
So when you say that's exactly what I'm getting at. What can the government do, if anything? Maybe you feel it isn't a government
But we should be looking at how we can...
Well, what we could definitely do is impoverish those under the age of 22. That would definitely fix all of the problems of young people.
More groups like that.
We should be looking at how, I mean, some of it's in local government too, it's all not all national government, but there are so many projects in communities that are looking for support, and if we support them, it's actually good value for money.
What are you talking financially?
For those young people.
When you say support, you mean?
I think some of it is financial, but mentoring doesn't cost that much money.
Andy Burnham in Manchester's got a very good idea, actually. He's called it the Manchester Baccalaureate, where the schools there would do a lot more technical training, and that would make boys more basically ready for the workplace. Now, his problem is that in giving schools a chance to change the curriculum like that, it's about to be kiboshed by
Non-binary
Bridget Phillipson,
underscore
the Labour
donated
government.
$3.89.
Jesus Christ.
Will the government end up housing,
Wow, I
feeding,
can't
and helping
believe we have the most
clothe and
left-wing thing
22
here,
who
which
have had
is a
support from
government
welfare?
program to give people
Yes, via
training through
prison,
the education
because when you
sector
take away
to get
benefits from young
people into a
people, they will
position to
look
get
for role
into
models and find them in
reasonably
gangs.
well-paying jobs, again, through state intervention, and it's come from the editor of The Spectator.
Yeah, the editor of The Spectator is now the lefty. That's how far the Overton window has gone. The fucking Spectator is now a left-wing magazine.
Great.
Amazing. Thank you, by the way, for that very odd, poorly timed, although there's no way you could know, message that talked all the way over whatever great thing was being said by Helena a second ago. But I appreciate the donation nonetheless. I will spend it on heroin in Minecraft.
His education reform would centralise control over the curriculum and make it harder for these local initiatives. So, Steve, you're right, there are very good local initiatives being done
These
by Labour
projects don't
councils,
depend
by
on the
Labour
curriculum. They're amazing projects.
Believe me, the Manchester Baccalaureate
We should stop
curriculum
writing
depends
people
on the
off because there are things that we can do as a community. It's not just the government. As a society, we can do.
Jesus Christ, he's okay, right. I'm going to fucking lose my mind. The Labour minister is now arguing down the idea of government intervention in a situation against the proposal of the editor of The Spectator.
Again, and specifically saying the same rhetoric from the big society that you got from David Cameron in 2011.
Call him woke. Steve Reed, call him woke. Say he's a wokeist. Call him a communist. You fucking clown.
All right. Now, we've only got about 10 minutes left, and I know lots of people want to talk about this point. So
Please be a question we can
ask
skip.
you if you want to rattle through yours so I can allow as much time for the audience as possible. Maddie Welsh.
Is it time to renationalise Thames Water so
Oh!
a life necessity is no longer monopolised by private profit-seeking companies?
Right. So
Okay, we have to watch
We
this.
can't
we have
skip
to watch
it.
this.
No.
We can't skip it. We have to watch it.
Why is this one of the questions at the end? This is usually like, oh, what kind of biscuit would you be? Like nonsense.
Thames Water, which says, I think it's a quarter of the UK population, has been a bit financial difficulty, as I think you all know. It secured a £3 billion loan, but at a punitive interest rate of 9.75%. And they're also trying to secure a longer-term loan in order to keep afloat. Helen.
So I don't agree with nationalising things in general. You wouldn't be surprised with that because of my political position. But no, part of that is because I...
Well, if you weren't a robot, that wouldn't have sounded mental. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, what? So in no circumstance. Well, what about when your government was renationalising railways? Which is what they were actually doing at the end there. Like, there are some situations which are so disastrous to infrastructure which is so nationally important that surely you have to at least leave that card on the table. Whereas you're just an automaton. You're literally just beep boop NPC shit. Right?
Yeah, like, for all his failures, at least Grant Shapps as Transport Secretary was pragmatic enough to look at the failures of LNER, of Northern Rail, of Transpennine Express, and of Southeastern Rail, and go, yeah, maybe the operator of last resort can do it better than the private sector.
Yeah.
And so those four were all renationalised, and of course ScotRail has been nationalised the whole time, and the Welsh government the Labour Welsh government under Mark Drakeford renationalised Eolus Amy, who took over from Arriva Trains Wales, who were both shit.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course the only actually functioning transport system in the country, Transport for London,
TfL.
Yeah, is at least mostly nationalised. I think there probably is some private nonsense in there, but
It's one of those the arm's length state owned companies, TfL.
Yeah.
So it's sort of managed by people who are not central government, but the overall remit of dictating their policy comes from the Mayor of London.
yeah, and that's literally the only transport system in the country that works. As bad, Londoners, as bad as you think your transport system is, I dare you to try and live a week in Birmingham. I fucking double dare you, and get anywhere. Literally, you go to London and you're like, What do you mean there's a tube train in 4 minutes, and then 7 minutes, and 12 minutes? What? You just go, I can let a couple of these go by. Fuck it. Don't matter. It's insane. You've got a system that works.
I don't think generally governments will necessarily run things like water companies particularly well, and also
it did.
Could run it any worse.
It did.
I mean,
it literally did.
is, right?
Why is it that we had infrastructure being built when it was in national control and nothing since?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is that she's talking about this as if it's somehow like something we don't have like data for, as if this is some hypothetical we're talking about. No, we know what it was like when the regional water boards ran the water sector. We also have the Scottish state-owned water company providing cheaper bills and better conditions in terms of not putting shit in the waters in Scotland than in England, right? We have direct comparisons both currently and in the past showing that the private water companies are literally terrible at everything. They have provided literally zero value other than stripping away bills. And that punitive interest rate on the rescue loan for Thames Water, the interest on that is going to get paid by bill payers for Thames Water. That's not a punitive interest rate on the company. Those are on the people paying the bills because it's a natural fucking monopoly.
Yep.
Why, is before my political time, but clearly things like water companies were taken out of public ownership was because what happened every time there was pressure on government finances was that cuts would be made for things like infrastructure and things like water, because if a government's choosing between shall we spend more money on the NHS or shall we spend money on the water infrastructure, they tend to go for spending money on things like the
That's
NHS.
a lie.
So what we saw...
Whereas now, we don't get funding for either the NHS or infrastructure. Now we literally get the worst of both worlds. Awesome.
And that's just a total lie. So first of all, when you're spending on infrastructure, that's capital investments. That comes from new money. That doesn't have to come from existing tax receipts. That's a first piece of nonsense there. The second piece of nonsense is, oh, well, governments just stopped investing in water because they didn't have enough money. No, these were regional water boards that were banned by Margaret Thatcher from being able to take on private capital to engage in capital investment deliberately because they knew that new water quality rules were coming in from the European Union that we just joined that forced them to upgrade their capacity. And because they'd written it into law they couldn't engage in capital investment through private means, that they all went bust overnight because they could no longer be in adherence to the new European Union water regulations. And so they had to get this was the justification for privatization, and it was deliberately hamstrung by a law that stopped them from being able to do the thing the EU wanted them to do. They were put in a catch-22 by legislation from the Thatcher administration deliberately to force privatization of the regional water boards. That's the reality. That's just a total fucking lie from Helen Whately.
So it's literally again, it's the age-old privatization. Run the system down via one means or another until it doesn't work properly, then sell it off cheap to your mates. Yippee!
The thing is, this is so much worse than that, because with the NHS, it was been run down through central government policy. The regional water boards were arm's length; they were run locally. Like they had so little control over the good job the regional water boards were doing pre the Thatcher administration. They had to write it in the law that they couldn't do the things they wanted to do to maintain a good level of service. They had to hamstring them through central policy not to do the things they wanted to do to force the privatization. It was evil. It was evil stuff deliberately to fuck over the bill payers and to enrich the water company CEOs that they sold it to.
Yep.
Was underinvestment, and I know this is never a popular argument, and I'll probably get groans or boos from the audience here, and the gentleman there is already nodding his head because he knows I'm going to say that as a result of privatisation there was investment in our water infrastructure, but I do agree with...
No! Literally no.
Like, you say, oh, no, people are going to moan at this. Yeah, because you're lying. We're moaning at you because you're a fucking liar. There's not been a new reservoir built in this country since 1992. John Major was Prime Minister. We've had 92, 97, 2021, 2001, 2005, 2010, 15, 17, 19. We've had 9 elections. 9 elections since the last fucking water reservoir was built in this country.
Also, if it's such a massive success story, why are Thames Water completely fucked?
And not just Thames Water. Every other fucking water company
Why
is
is
pushing
our
up bills and
water?
putting shit in the water.
Why is there no more cholera than water around our fucking coastline?
Literally, there were fucking parasites in the water in Bournemouth because the water company couldn't do the main job, the simple job of ensuring that your water delivery service doesn't put fucking parasites in the water, and they walked away with a 6-figure bonus even though they put parasites in the water. Like, that was the private company that did that.
To be
That's not
fair-
something you got from the regional water boards.
To be fair, right, that's just them looking after their family, I think. It's nepotism. A parasite feeding parasites into the water supply.
It's true, it's true.
You can't, you know.
can't, like, that would be homicide. for
It's
the water company
understandable.
CEOs.
Like, we all want to look after our own, and that's just parasite on parasite, nepotism.
Solidarity.
Point that we know that that our water infrastructure still has been under invested in, and one of the things that fails
Really?
is the...
Hang on. Time out. Why is it being underinvested in? Why isn't the free hand of the free market, the invisible hand, why isn't it wanked us all off? What's going on?
It's not indeed touched our genitals. It's slapped us in the face. Wow, weird how it keeps doing that over and over and over again. Also, Comrade Caspi is shocked that they were landlords in the water in Bournemouth. Yeah, I was shocked too.
That is true, but they weren't going to be fucking working, were they?
The regulation of it, and better regulation is needed.
Okay.
And one of the things that we put in place before we lost the election was to tackle...
She really does love posting her owls constantly. She did this in Parliament too. You don't need to mention it every time. Like, it is hilarious, don't get me wrong, it's very funny. But you're dunking on yourself.
The thing is, right, is that they keep saying, and Labour say this too, because they're not nationalising it either, we can better regulation. At some point, you're going to have regulated the private companies so much that your government is running them by proxy. Once you're at this point, just fucking nationalise it.
Yeah.
So that the money that you're therefore running through proxy is staying centrally and not being shoveled off into the pockets of, like, Macquarie and other private equity firms that are based overseas and don't pay taxes in the UK.
Yep.
The problem of sewage going into our waterways and much tougher action against the companies that were doing that and on the management of those companies because there weren't enough penalties in place. And I would like to see that be effective under this government to clean up our waterways.
Okay, so see, let me ask. So the question from Maddie is it time?
You know what? I think it would be ethically, morally acceptable for her to get cancer.
Honestly, no, I mean, it's just like, I'm just saying, maybe Kem Ledbetter has a point.
Time to
Some people are just too far
renationalise
gone.
Thames Water.
Yeah.
I mean, Thames Water's got this, it can basically only borrow money at an extortionate interest rate. Admittedly, it's got a fixed customer base. You can only borrow at an extortionate interest rate. It wants to raise bills by 53%, and the water regulators say, no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Is it a realistic, even mid-term proposition as a private
I did wonder if this had come up, because I think Thames are headquartered here in Reading, aren't they? So,
but they serve a quarter of the UK population. It's not just a Reading-specific
It's
issue.
a really important water company. They're all really important.
So is it viable as a private company, or are you going to have to suck it up and nationalise
Well, as things stand, it is viable, but we need the problem is affecting the whole water sector across the whole UK. If we were to nationalise them, it would cost over £100 billion to do that.
Lies. Not true.
It would cost one trebuchet, my friend.
Literally. And on top of that, maybe there is an argument to be made for water companies that are not as heavily indebted as Thames Water or Southern Water. But in the case of Thames Water, even if you didn't want to requisition them, which I would do anyway because I'm a communist, but even if you wanted to do it the normal liberal way, Thames Water is so over-encumbered by its obscene debts that it took on to pay off its shareholders and then leave the bill payers carrying the can, is got more debts in place than it does have assets. It is already insolvent. That's why these emergency loans have to keep happening. If you remove the assets from the liabilities, the share price is basically nothing. And this was judged when Northern Rock were nationalised to also be the case there, because their liabilities were higher than their assets, so the share price was nothing. So the government nationalised them for nothing. So if we just want to take Thames Water and just take this very specific microcosm of the water sector, You could nationalise it tomorrow and it would cost nothing. And we already have the case study to prove that that's the case by using the same formulas with Northern Rock.
Yeah.
And that is money we'd have to take out of the National Health Service, out of policing, in order to give it to the very people who own these water companies.
Yeah, take it out of policing, that's fine. But also you could just tax rich people. You actually could do that. But again, that's not even a thing that's in his head as a possibility. Because he's
Also,
a conservative.
Yeah, it's true. Also, another good idea that I'd heard from Matt Brunig, I think it was the idea of fining them continually if they do water dumping, but with shares.
Yeah.
You don't fine them in cash, you fine them in shares.
Yep.
Because the longer that they keep dumping, the more they're going to lose control of the company. And eventually get to the point where the government owns more than half of it and they essentially have dictatorial control as the majority shareholder.
Yeah. Yeah. I would also find them in houses. Just take their houses. Make them homeless.
Find them in kids. Take the kids.
Actually, a lot of them don't care about that.
True.
Just gradually, like, for every fuck up you make, we take one of the rooms of your house. And eventually you don't have anything left. Go fuck yourself.
Companies that have been polluting our rivers, lakes and seas. I don't think that's a good use of your money that you pay in taxes. What we should be doing, what we've already started to do, is we've passed legislation to ban the multi-million-pound bonuses they were paying themselves, rather than investing that money in fixing our broken sewage. That is a really good thing for this government to have done. We have ring-fenced the money that bill payers now pay, so it can never again be diverted into payment for bonuses and dividends for companies that are polluting our water in the way that they got away with under the previous Conservative government. This April...
Why are they ever allowed, except in like absolute extremity, right? Disasters happen, whatever. But outside of that, why are we just accepting that there are situations that's even legal for them to pollute our fucking water? I don't want there to be a financial cost. I want there to be a prison cost.
And that was Nick Ferrari's point, right? The one time I've ever agreed with Nick Ferrari when he was like, yeah, just put these motherfuckers in jail.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. You know, first in the queue for the Tesco Gulag, George Osborne and Ed Balls. Second in the queue for the Tesco Gulag, all of the water company CEOs that have
it's
the waterways.
it's the level of cuckoldry at the very core of British politics that, like, oh, we're just going to fine them for no. They are endangering public health. They are, to all intents and purposes, terrorists at this point. Poisoning the public water supply. Put
Biological warfare.
In jail. When we're having to have, like, Victorian-style warnings going out to people saying, you're going to have to boil your tap water. Put them in jail.
On the 1st of April, £104 billion of private sector investment, the biggest ever investment in our water sector, will start flowing over 5 years. That will make a significant impact on cutting the sewage that is going into our water. And I've commissioned somebody called Sir John Cunliffe, former Deputy Governor of the Bank of England, to lead a commission on how we reform regulation and the regulator, so the failures that we've seen that have led to this absolute catastrophe can never, ever happen again.
Man in the blue sweater.
I don't mind. Mine's a beautiful town and regularly having sewage dumped in the river by Thames Water. I think if you look at the numbers involved, Thames Water, it is going to fail.
The Thames is green. I just want to point that out. That's not normal. That's not the colour that water should be. Now, that's not a new thing, but, like, maybe we could clean that up a bit.
Wasn't it millions of tons of shit that they were putting into the water?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the numbers was in the hundreds of thousands or millions of tons.
How did that whale survive in the Thames? Because that's not water, that's just sewage at that point. Fucking gross.
Well, as a business, it has no cash. Surely it's better to get on the front foot, invest more money in it, put income tax up if you have to, because if it's going to make the waterways better, I think you'd probably get a lot of people agreeing with that, but not if it's going in the pocket of shareholders.
Woman at the very back.
Hello. You say you're going to make these regulations, but when are they going to come into effect? Are we going to have to wait 5 years, 10 years?
No,
I mean, we're still going to be in this same boat.
Very quickly.
Yeah. The report will come back to me in June, and the new legislation will follow from that.
Man, you've got a hat on there. Yeah. Yeah. You're the only one who's wearing one, so it must be you.
So, Thames Water, you said that there'd be a better use of our money instead of taking it out of the NHS if it was privatised. I think the problem boils down to people that can work but don't work. And I'm not talking about people on benefits, CEOs, including from Thames Water, landlords with large portfolios.
Yes.
A wealth tax would solve that.
Let's go.
We've got 3 minutes left. So
Sure.
The most based person in the entirety of the history of Reading.
Absolutely.
How did they let him in? How did they let him in? I thought they filtered out cool people.
Absolutely. Literally, the economically inactive, arse-sitting, passive income wankers.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Fuck yes. If anyone knows that man, tell him I will buy him a beer or maybe even give him a handy J. If he wants it. He might not be into it, I don't know.
I don't think we should have privatised water any more than we should privatise air, and I don't think they should work in service of shareholders. They should work in service of the customers. There's a documentary on the BBC at the moment about Thames Water, and you realise they are very nice people, but it's a bit like watching The Office, and you can't quite believe it's been made, and you see it running out of money.
But what about the fact that it would cost so much to take it back into?
I mean, I think it's just being run so. But we need water to live. It's one of the fundamental, most essential things that we need to be alive. And I think I think the government would run it better than it is being run now. It is essential that we.
I think that if you put literally cats in control, it would be run better. just them like sleeping and doing nothing would be better than the active damage these cunts are doing.
True.
We can't live without it, and I would absolutely renationalise it.
I wonder what conservatoid NPC fucking prick Fraser Nelson thinks about this.
I think Steve's right about the sheer amount of money you'd have to pay to his current owners to renationalise it. There are better ways of spending that money. And Thames Water has paid...
Yeah, on trebuchets. Easy.
£7 billion of dividends over the last 32 years to now. So the problem there, by the way, that's 32 years of Labour and Conservative governments, needless to say. The regulator should have stopped this madness, but a toothless regulator was the main problem. You had a system that was set up to fail in the first place.
Great.
Yeah, in the private sector, a board would have managed that process. So there are plenty of big, great, successful companies that don't pay dividends. You know, utilities historically have paid dividends, but if they're boring and regulated well.
Why is this person talking? Stop making sound. You are not worthy.
Should, but make it boring. But the board and the management has been an utter disaster.
But the regulation was too weak, was
yes,
the problem. So
I would
we're
agree.
changing the regulation, so
and
it
there's a
can't happen
mismatch.
again. But we can do that without spending 100 billion.
That answer was set to me.
So let me just hear one more person from the audience. Yes, the woman in the you've got your
Mention
hand up
Northern
and
Rock,
you've got a green
please.
jacket on of some kind. Yes, you.
For me?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I'm a keen sailor. I'm a bit rubbish, though. I'm
Okay.
a proud member of Goring Thames Sailing Club, and we sail on the Thames just north of Reading. We have our open day coming up next month in April.
Okay, this is not an advertisement for your fucking shitty niche hobby. This is a politics
Waste
show.
of the final question.
Yeah.
April. We get a lot of parents coming with children, and they say, is the water safe for my child to go into? What am I supposed to say?
No, literally the fucking boat race. The Oxford-Cambridge varsity boat race. The racers were advised not to jump in the water after they win. A traditional celebration. They were advised not to. Because who knows what they'd fucking catch. That's not a great sign, is it, really?
To them.
That government polluted it, and this one's fixing it.
All right, very quickly, one at the very back.
Easy line, but not true.
Very quickly, yes.
Can I
about
just
30 seconds left.
Can I just say, in answer to your question, you should say to those children, no, the water is absolutely not safe.
Okay, but you don't need to be doing the Zig Heil whilst saying this. That seems like an unnecessary Elon addition.
I live on the River Thames, and I see on a daily basis human excrement go past my property.
What, do you live near to Conservative HQ? Ew.
So the answer is a definitive no.
And that is a lovely note to end on. My goodness.
I didn't mention Northern
I
Rock.
just, before we go, I don't know, we can all hear it here. I don't know if you can
Considering the dumbass answer they gave to the, the Gareth Southgate crisis in boys answer, like these people don't have any kind of understanding or grounding in, well, normal life, I don't think. Really? Like, Richard Bacon was the best, and he lives in California. Like, he lives like on the other side of the world and had a better understanding than these twats.
There's a protest going on outside about something I'm not sure what.
Oh, is that what that was? Oh, for fuck's... I was looking around for, like, have I left a tab open or something? Like, it was driving me mad. I was like, did I leave some music on somewhere? What? Anyway, I think we're done, right? That's the end of that bollocks.
So for the raid, I raided into a channel the other day, completely on the off chance. They just had they're a small lefty channel talking about Palestine, and turns out my audience really liked them. So I think we can raid into them again. They're an Australian channel called The Noisy. So no, it's a channel from New Zealand. Sorry, they're a Kiwi channel called The Noisy Immigrant, and I thought the chat seemed to very much like them. So I recommend we should raid into there.
Yeah, I've got no problem. I don't fucking know who they are. On YouTube, I don't know that there's anyone. Dylan? I mean, he's a shitlib, but he's alright. He's alright on that. But the serfs don't appear to be alive, as far as I can see.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
What were they called again? Sorry, the
Noisy Immigrant, all one word.
Alright, okay. Well, again, we're going on tick here from No Justice, so if they end up being evil or something. I doubt they are, but there we go, The Noisy Immigrant. Israel begins ground offensive. Oh, yay. Awesome. Okay, you go and check them out. I'll be back... we're past midnight. I'll be back tonight with Christy Winters, who is not even a shitlib anymore, really. She's gone radical.
She's been converted.
She has.
I'm gonna not be live tomorrow, so you should go and watch Kevin in my stead.
You can. I don't need to feel guilty about stealing your audience when you're not streaming. So, yes, come and say hello to me and Christy, and we'll talk about, loads of shit, as always. And as always, go and check out No Justice MTG on all the platforms.
KF Logan 1875 is the place you need to go to follow Kevin on Twitch, and Ploppy111 over on YouTube.
And, of course, go and follow Supertansky, who is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Our favourite friend of the show.
Friend of the show. Friend of the proletariat.
Absolutely. And of course...
Free Palestine. I shouldn't say that laughing.
Palestine.
I shouldn't say that laughing. Right. Straight face.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
From Rivet City. Bye.
Bye.